revered guest speakers, eminent panel members, and the august gathering present here. The long-awaited wait for this momentous occasion has arrived, where our rich culture and heritage will unfold its literary artistic brilliance and will exemplify the contribution of our illustrious personalities in their respective domains. With these words, I heartily welcome you all to the second edition of the SOA Literary Festival 2023, a celebration of words and ideas. Today, we would be witnessing 6 highly enriching and engaging technical sessions centering around various dimensions of the Indian culture, its society and literature, its prospects and challenges. For the second technical session, which is themed on media and literature, media, new media and literature, we have with us Sri Umakant Mishra as the chairperson. And in the panel, we have Sri A. Krishna Rao, Sri Malan V. Narayanan, Sri Anand Vijay, Sri Manas Pradeep Gohai, and Ms. Manogya Loiwal as our eminent panelists. I would now request our respected chair and panelists to kindly grace the stage with their presence. I would request our esteemed panel members to kindly join our chairpersons on the stage. The chairperson of the session, Sri Umakant Mishra, has more than 5 decades of rich experience in media, academics and administration. Dr. Mishra served as professor and head the Indian Institute of Mass Communication in Kannada and held top government media posts like the Director General News All India Radio, the Director General Directorate of Advertising and Visual Publicity, the Information Bureau, and Chief Media Advisor to the government. Sir has headed the National Public Relations Networks of the Ministry of Defence and the like. He has also served as the director, India News TV Network and newspapers, and is the editor of ODR Daily, The Sokara, since December 2022. To his credit, he has translated into Odia the famous Kannada novel Grihabhanga by Sri S.N. Vairappa for National Book Trust. He is also a visiting faculty in journalism and communication to several universities. Now, to introduce to you all our respected and esteemed panel members, we have with us Sri A. Krishna Rao. Sri A. Krishna Rao is a senior and well-known journalist, poet and literary critic from Hyderabad. He is presently working as Associate Editor, Andhra Jyoti, Delhi. Mr. Krishna Rao has a vast experience of about 40 years in journalism, including 31 years in the national capital of Delhi itself. Sri Rao is popularly known as Krishnudu in the literary circles and has authored 5 books of poetry, 3 books of political and literary columns. Sir has received several awards, including the prestigious Kendra Sahitya Akademi Award for his outstanding translation work. He has the distinction of writing the biography of former Prime Minister. Our panelist, Sri Malan V. Narayanan, is an eminent bilingual writer and a journalist. He is honored with many coveted awards that include member, is a very senior journalist, columnist, and author, having more than 2 decades of journalistic experience. Has written 12 books to democracy. Next we have with us Sri Manas Pratim Gohai. Sri Gohai is a senior assistant editor at the Times of India with experience of over 23 years in print journalism. He has been covering education for over 2 decades and also writes on disability and skill development. Besides covering the Ministries of Education, Northeast, Development and Skill Development, he also has been assigned the political beat concerning BJP. He has keen interest in the fields of education as well as politics. Next we have with us our esteemed panel member, Manogya Loiwat. Madam Loiwat is an anchor and editor in the ABP News. She is a former editor of Aaj Tak India Today for Eastern India. Her area of reporting mostly has been West Bengal, Odisha and Northeast India. She is a charismatic journalist who diligently believes in working for the betterment of the social fabric. She has worked for more than 2 decades in different leading media houses. A multimedia journalist who has won the prestigious Ramnath Goenka Award for her exemplary work in the Uncovering Invisible India category. A certificate holder in feature writing from the BBC World Service Trust. She is an alumni of the International Digital Leadership Program for State Department of the USA as well as alumni of the Defense Correspondence Course conducted by the Ministry of Defense, Government of India. Madam Loiwat has interviewed eminent political figures in her career, including the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the Chief Minister of Odisha, Sri Naveen Patnaik, and many other celebrities. With this brief introduction, I would now request our respected chairperson, sir, to kindly open up the discussion with our panel members.
Namaskar. Good afternoon to all of you. A very special wish to the distinguished panel, our guests, and distinguished enlightened members of the media corps present here. And also welcome to the students who are presently with us here. Our subject for discussion this afternoon here would be media, new media, and literature. And what is the axis that connects these 3 entities and the challenges and prospects. And the overall context of the Honorable Chief Guest, Pratibha Rai-ji, and President Sahitya Academy, also in his address, have very nicely delineated the contours of the discussions which can take us towards some worthwhile observations and understandings, resolutions, one can say, on these issues. Now, I don't have to speak much right now. I will only try to paraphrase some of the issues presented by the honorable guests in the inaugural session and what we can strive, we ought to look at in this session. All of us know that we reality presents itself to us in a mediated manner, and that is what the role of media, and also to a great extent, literature. Media represents reality, interprets reality to the audience on the basis of information, fact, and data. Of course, analysis would be there, but literature gives a bit of the writer and the community to which he belongs, and the culture, the flavor of the personality of his interaction with his environment, and so-called, and so also his the role as the conscience keeper of the community and the literary milieu that he represents. That comes in his writing, in the literature. But media and literature broadly are symbiotic of the same category, and many people consider media as a subset of literature. In fact, they say media is nothing but literature in a hurry. The very oft-quoted statement that we have come to hear. And also it is very important critical because, as they say, it is the first draft of history. The contemporary situations, realities interpreted through media, through various means that the media creates, they crystallize into the cultural identities, cultural concepts, and cultural equations that a particular community. Therefore, the macro view of literature and media, there was a time when this was impossible, difficult. But India was an exception. The macro view of Indian culture before India came into existence happened because of the cultural and literary achievements of our great writers, great creative thinkers, philosophers, who wrote the Veda. Of course, Veda was never written. Vedas and Upanishads and the Puranas, the great. biggest entity of all, tries to devour everything, direct everything into its own logic and its own philosophy. Now, this is a very broad setting I have tried to portray. It is both very frightening and also illuminating that we have a lot of promises already. But at the same time, we have frightened because it can create havoc with the fake business, can really degrade the cultural accumulation, cultural aspiration process. Because throughout history, we have understood two distinct streams of consciousness in literature, in media, in philosophy, in various liberal arts. That is, one is that of what the President Sahitya Academy said, Swatantrata, and the question of individual representation, liberty, freedom, privacy. So there is one stream which leads us towards individualistic, creative thinking, creative writing, and also producing media content, producing literary content towards that. The other one is the collectivization, the universalization, the globalization. So there are two streams available in each media story. One that represents the now, and the other which represents the perspective, the depth behind. In culture also, it is more or less the same two, the binary of the now and the ever. So these two elements will always create the contours of the discourse at the individual level, at the community level, and at the global level. Now, within this framework, how do we perceive the digital media, and the culture or literature? So, this is something which all of us must try to disruptive changes. Mr. Sam Altman, you must have heard in the news, the founder of the OpenAI, he was hired by the board of OpenAI. But in a couple of days, when he came back again, what is that? And while coming back, he says, the biggest disruption that I have initiated, it should also disrupt my business. Similarly, the kind of disruption I am talking about is not only in technology, but also in the cultural and media presentation and access. This market is going to be development. So if that is going to happen, then how do we, what are we going to expect? What has been our track in understanding literature? Will it be the same? You see, digital universities have come. Collective writers workshops have come. Hello? Is it working? So when 100 writers from several continents write a novel, the kind of readership will consume that, and the kind of packaging that will happen, and the multimedia aspect of it. Imagine the kind of emotions that each community will go through while consuming this piece of literature. With these initial words, I would commend the House to the panel discussion and request our distinguished panelists to begin to take up and present us their purview, their perspective of this on this subject. Now, where do we begin? We have an order. Have we an order of presentation or anyone I can pick? Okay. Now, Rao Sahab, I'll request you to. Rao Sahab, kindly initiate. आपके ऊपर है कहीं पे भी.
Hello.
Thank you, Umakant Mishra ji. At the outset, a thank you, SYA, for inviting me for this discussion on media and literature. Since so many students are here, I am tempted to ask one question. What is the purpose of literature and what is the purpose of media these days? I feel both have purposes. Without questioning, without making critical analysis, without expressing dissent, there is no literature and there is no purpose of journalism. This is not of this modern age. What I want to tell is, even in the previous period, there are writers who questioned the systems of those days. One example. In 11th century, in Telugu literature, since I come from Telugu literature, I'll tell about my experience in Telugu literature. In 11th century, one Palkurki Somanatha, he said, he depicted customs and cultures of those times. In Sina, 14th century, we can understand the liberty of the society then. People not used to have food those days. He wrote poetry on that. In Gaurana of 15th century, he said, he described the suffering of people in the cycle of unbearable interest rates. Money lenders hote na, money lenders ka bare mein kaisa, they were unbearable circumstances they were facing. And the famous Potana is there. Potana said, I will not dedicate my poetry to these treacherous and evil kings. Dhikkarswar. Bala rasala sala nama pallava komala kavya kanyakan kodala kichi aa padupu koodu bujinchuta kante satkavullu halikulainanemi gahanantara seemala kandamula kauddalikulananemi. This is the Telugu poetry which I am reciting. He said that this Kichakas, I will not give my poetry, this Kichakas. Kichakas, you know. And Dhurjati said, kings are petty and foolish, their service is hellish, and their gifts are seeds of mental torture. So what we have to learn from the past is, we have to learn how to question. This is the purpose of literature, and I feel this is the purpose of this media also. Even in kavyas, you say, in Sanskrit they say, Vishwashreyaha kavyam. That means you have to do benefit to the society. Unless until you do that, there is no purpose of literature and media. So, if I talk about Telugu literature, again, Telugu literature change happened with the language. Earlier, Kavya Bhasha tha. Ab jaisa my poetry padh raha hu, nobody used to understand. Because that was Granthik, that was classical language, Sanskritized language. But the change happened with the development of the language. So language should be used by the people in order to make literature and books accessible to people. That's what the modern writers felt. It has started with the reforms movement. All you know what reforms movement in Brahma Samaja and Raja Ram Manohar Rai and other. First reforms started in Telugu. There is a reformist called Kandukuri Vireshilingam, Gurjada Apparao, Kandukuri Vireshilingam, and Gedugu Ramurthy. Gedugu Ramurthy is from Orissa only, Barampuram area. So, I would like to say in a nutshell that many movements, including freedom movement, reform movement, not only freedom and reform movement, there are movements from outside also. Before that, writing about kings used to be the day of the kings, day of the poets. After that, writing about the people, because subaltern thinking. Subaltern age started with the accent of French literature, French movements, and the Grancy of Italy, who said that subalterns are needed. The perspective of the thinking has changed with that. So these things are happened in the influenced Telugu literature also. And there was, I want to say, Vemana, Vireshilingam, Gurjada Apparao, and also somewhat this thinking British education also changed the perspective. So, after this change in the language, and it happened simultaneously with the change in the thoughts. Change in the thoughts means earlier child marriages used to happen, caste system was there. So change in thinking with these progressive movements happened in the literature. That influenced journalism also. So first writers influenced journalists. So Gurjada was the first to recognize the supremacy of literary language over the vernacular language, continued due to the continuation of dominant ideology of one class. I am the people's movement and I will not give up to make someone happy. That's what Gurjada Apparao said. So, there are so many people I will take to briefly. And the journalist, the first among the journalists, he also came from this Uttarandhra, means that this nearer to Orissa, Tapi Dharmarao. Tapi Dharmarao said, literature should reflect the life of the nation. And after that, Narla Venkateshwar Rao, who is the pioneer of Telugu journalism. If you ask any Telugu journalist student, he said that, who is the pioneer of Telugu journalism, who changed the language of Telugu newspapers, they say Narla Venkateshwar Rao. So many writers, they have contributed. First, all the editors and most of the sub-editors, they used to be writers. When I attended an interview, editors used to ask me, "Kitna kitab aap padha hai? Who is your favorite writer? Ab kaun sa poetry aap like karta hai?" So, depending upon the standard of language, standard of literature, we used to get jobs those days. So, there are so many writers in Telugu, Ravi Shastri, Patanjali and other writers. They have portrayed the brutality of the system, brutality of the police. No journalist exposed the hypocrisy of the courts like writers, Telugu writers. So, मैं एक golden age में पैदा हुआ था. उस टाइम में literature and journalism used to be same. My father started my education with all this Purusha Suktam, Sri Suktam, like that. All Suktas, he started my education with that, Amarakosham and all that. With that, I developed the language. So after that, I am concluding now. That I am summing up. So after that, in the student life, every student life, there will be influence of progressive and literary this thing. and after this existentialist movement, like Dalit movements, very society change movements, all this will happen because whatever happening in the society, whatever is happening in the literature, influences the journalism. But what is happening now, after the reforms in 1991, politics has become dense. Power has become stepping stone to earn money. Journals also caught in the trap. Political parties and corporates have become tools for those vested interests. In the sequence, literature also declined and journalism also declined. So, everything is depending upon TRP rates these days.
Sir,
How to
kindly,
make popular is on
kindly wind up because
I'm just concluding. That's what. So, we would like to say that if a writer is a journalist, if a writer is a journalist, his pain is indescribable. I am a poet, I am a writer. What I cannot write in news, I can write in poetry. I have seen so many scams, I have seen so many people, I have seen the reality of the people, but that I cannot write in news, but I can write in poetry. So if poet and a writer becomes journalist, his consciousness will be completely different. So a journalist sees the evil system for very close, but if he is a poet, he can paint it naturally. Today, more writers and more poets are needed in the journalism. Otherwise, the decline of journalism has already started. It will degenerate further. That's what I mean. Thank you.
Thank you, Raj sir. Now, Malan sir, you know the time limit, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. And in the newsrooms, when the length of the story grows beyond the space that has been allocated, the editor will fondly tell us, cut the tail, which means cut the last part of the story. I don't want my tail to be cut today because I need it to wag it elsewhere. So I will try to keep it as shortly as possible. At the outset, it's a privilege to speak under the chairmanship of an eminent media guru. And in the midst of our eminent writers, Madhav Kaushik ji, Dr. Srinivas Rao, Dr. Suresh Ratuparna, and all other eminent writers whom I consider as my family. We all belong to one family of writers. And also in the midst of eminent journalists, that is also a part of my family. And I would like to congratulate the SO University for three things. First, for organizing this literary festival. Second, for including the media in the literary festival, not thinking that media is something different and literature is something different. This is good, this is bad, this is superior, this is inferior. Not that kind of a thing. They are very glad that they have provided some space and time for discussing the issues connected with media as well as literature. Thirdly, this is what I consider as more important, that for naming all the three media halls, all the three lecture halls, in the name of eminent women Odia poets who are pioneer in certain ways. All of them were patriots. They were propelled by the national movement. And in fact, they are role models for the younger generation. And it is very nice of them. This is not just 33% reservation, but this is 100% gratitude. So I thank them for that too. Coming to the media, the relationship between the media and literature is complementary. It's not supplementary, it's complementary. One nurtures the other. Almost all the first short stories in any Indian language appeared through media. It starts from there. The relationship starts from there. And they complement each other, they nurture each other. But when you come to the new media, what none of us can deny is technology has impacted us in many ways. Impacted us in the way we read, we write, we communicate, and sometimes to a certain extent we think. And whether it is media or literature, that is the culmination of this reading, writing, communicating, and thinking. There was one time that we used to read only the printed text, but now we read almost everything that we come across. It has changed the way we read. It has changed the way we write. I find younger generation write in WhatsApp and other communications a language which is so compressed, so abbreviated. Grade becomes GR8, before becomes B and 4. And the language has compressed to a large extent. And also the way we communicate. Earlier we were communicating only through written text. And now we are mostly communicating through spoken word. Even in the new media that we are making a voice message and sending it rather than typing something because we find it takes time for us. This has really happened. This is the impact of technology on us. The technology has made the pace of our life faster. And the result is it has abbreviated, it has shortened the way we write. In fact, most of the printed newspapers, most of the newsrooms, they said the first page story, no story should go beyond 500 words. Earlier, if I say that, my colleagues will protest with me, how do you expect me to write such an important story in 500 words? But now you have to write it in 500 words because there are our other people from television and new media are willing to take it up before than you do. So things have changed a great deal with the new media. It is abbreviated. But I would like to tell you that in the early days, there is something called gatekeeping in the printed newspapers. That is, a story that was written will be checked for facts, for language, for grammar, and for the relevance before it is getting published. I'm afraid there is no gatekeeping in the present-day media. That is because I think one of the things we do in the print media, we were doing in the print media was there used to be a news conference every next day. If it is a newspaper, the next day the first thing we do is a review conference where we will review not only the hits and misses, but what I mean by hits and misses is what we have written better and what other people have not, and what others have done and what we have not. Not only that, we used to have a discussion on the ethics of how it has been written. I will just say one example and I will make it as shorter as possible. When all of you know that Rajiv Gandhi was assassinated in a place closer to Chennai. Yes, I am winding up. I will kill Rajiv Gandhi and then finish the talk. And when we were doing that, I was the editor of India Today Tamil edition at that time. We had a discussion that whether the English edition, they preferred to carry the picture of the site of assassination where Rajiv Gandhi was lying almost half naked, and that was a very gruesome picture. I said, I don't want to carry this picture because I am coming a week after that, and then there was a question of whether we are a newspaper and we are supposed to give news and not sentiments. That was one of the arguments placed against my view. But I said, I will carry a picture, a smiling, charming Rajiv on the cover. And I tell you, that made a great impact rather than the news picture. Ethically speaking, probably I have not carried a news, I have carried a sentiment. But that happened when there is a discussion in the newsroom. But in most of the social media and the new media, we don't have that. But I'm very happy about the new media for 3 reasons. Number one, as an editor, it has clipped my powers. As a writer, it has promised me a vast audience, a global audience for me, and also an opportunity to interact with them immediately as I publish something. Thirdly, as a reader, it has given me many options. I can choose for whatever I want to read and for whatever I want to possess. So this is a great opportunity, and I thank the technology for that and for the younger generation who are encouraging the news media. Thank you so much.
बहुत धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। मेरे साथी वक्ता कृष्णा राव जी, मालन जी, मेरे मित्र मनोज्ञा लोईवाल जी, मैंने सही नाम बोला आपका, और मानस, और सभागार में बैठे साहित्य अकेडमी के अध्यक्ष माधव कौशिक जी, सचिव श्रीनिवास राव साहब, वरिष्ठ साहित्यकार लीलाधर मंडलोई, सुरेश ऋतुपन जी, शिनकाफ निज़ाम साहब, अतुल भाई, आप सब लोग इस कार्यक्रम में हैं। ये बड़े गौरव की बात है कि आप लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय ने अपने विशेषाधिकार का उपयोग करते हुए मेरा समय 10 मिनट से 7 मिनट कर दिया है। मैं प्रयास करूंगा कि उसमें समाप्त कर दूं, क्योंकि आई एम अफ्रेड कि मानस तक आते आते शायद 2 मिनट हो जाए वो। तो मानस, यू बी प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर दैट कि 2 मिनट में अपनी बात खत्म करें, और बात मीडिया और लिटरेचर, उसके बाद सेमीकोलन लगा के न्यू मीडिया एंड लिटरेचर आज का सब्जेक्ट है। तो ये जो न्यू वर्ड है ये काल सापेक्ष है। जब अर्ली 90s में, मेरी आवाज़ ऐसे ही बुलंद है यार, अर्ली 90s में जब मैं पत्रकारिता आरंभ करने वाला था तो उस समय टेलीविज़न शुरू हो रहा था, और लोग कहते थे कि ऐसा नया मीडियम आ गया अखबारों को खा जाएगा। आने वाले समय में टेलीविज़न का भी विस्तार हुआ और उस न्यू मीडिया 90s के न्यू मीडिया का भी विस्तार हुआ। सारे अखबारों के संस्करणों की संख्या लगातार बढ़ती चली गई। टेलीविज़न के बाद जब ये अभी का न्यू मीडिया आया, फिर एक बड़ा भारी सेमिनार हम लोग, मैं उस समय टेलीविज़न में काम करता था, कि अखबार के समय ये कहा गया कि अरे शाम को टेलीविज़न पे न्यूज़ देख देंगे तो अखबार कौन पढ़ेगा। अब कहा जा रहा है कि शाम को टेलीविज़न में कौन देखेगा, तो इंटरनेट पे, मोबाइल पे, सब पे तुरंत खबरें मिल जाएंगी। लेकिन जो तथाकथित न्यू मीडिया अभी कह रहे हैं और जिसको लेके लोग लहालोट हुए पड़े हैं, वो अपने अस्तित्व के लिए संघर्ष कर रहा है। उसका मोनेटाइजेशन नहीं हो रहा है। वो बहुत विस्तार आपको दिखाई दे रहा है, लेकिन वो कितने दिनों तक चलेगा इसको संदेह की दृष्टि से देखा जाना चाहिए। रही बात लिटरेचर की, तो हम मीडिया हैं, आप लिटरेचर हो, ये मान लो। मैं ये एक उदाहरण के साथ बताता हूँ। आज सुबह से मैं यहाँ देख रहा हूँ कि एक शब्द पर हर सत्र में, डिसेंट शब्द पर बड़ा रोमांटिसिज्म मुझे दिखाई दिया। वो साहित्य अकेडमी के अध्यक्ष श्रीमान माधव कौशिक जी ने भी उस पर अपने विचार रखे, समाजशास्त्री आशीष नंदी साहब ने भी उस पर अपने विचार रखे। बट माधव कौशिक जी ने साहित्य के लिहाज से उसको बोल के छोड़ दिया, लेकिन आशीष नंदी साहब ने यही रोल जो बोला यही रोल आता है मीडिया और लिटरेचर का एक जो संबंध है उसका। आशीष नंदी साहब ने डिसेंट की बात तो की, लेकिन डिसेंट के इंटेंट की बात उन्होंने बहुत आराम से छोड़ दिया उसको। व्हाट इज द इंटेंट बिहाइंड द डिसेंट? जब वो गंगा नदी में बह रही लाशों का उदाहरण दे रहे थे तो वो ये भूल गए कि बिहार और उत्तर प्रदेश के कई इलाकों में कई संप्रदाय और समुदाय के लोग होते हैं जो अंतिम संस्कार गंगा में लाशों को प्रवाहित करते हुए करते हैं। मैं ये मान के चलता हूं कि उनका इंटेंट बुरा नहीं होगा, वो भूल गए होंगे, जानबूझ के छोड़ा होगा, ऐसा मैं नहीं मानता हूं। तो डिसेंट के पीछे का जो इंटेंट होता है वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। और जब वो ये सारी बातें चल रही थी, मैं मीडिया और लिटरेचर के बाद संबंध में ये बात कर रहा हूं क्योंकि मीडिया लिटरेचर के लोग थोड़ी सी लिबर्टी ले सकते हैं, वो थोड़ा फिक्शनलाइज करके इस आड़ में अपनी बात रख सकते हैं कि हमने इसको फिक्शनलाइज कर दिया। ये छूट मीडिया को नहीं होती है, यहाँ एक बड़ी बारीक सी लेखा है। तो जब डिसेंट की बात होती है तो मुझे याद आता है कि 1922 में लिपमैन एक जर्नलिस्ट हुए अमेरिका में, उन्होंने एक वर्ड कॉइन किया था मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंसेंट, जिसको बाद में हरमन और नोम चोम्स्की ने किताब में पॉलिटिकल मास थ्योरी करके उन्होंने एक किताब लिखी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंसेंट। और हाल के दिनों में मुझे लगता है कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग डिसेंट किया जा रहा है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग डिसेंट टू मैनेज द डेमोक्रेसी। ये बड़ी चिंता की बात है और साहित्य के लोगों को इस पर बहुत गंभीरता से विचार करना चाहिए कि किस प्रकार से डिसेंट मैन्युफैक्चर किया जा रहा है और उसको कॉन्सेंट का आवरण पहनाया जा रहा है। ये एक महत्वपूर्ण बात। इस गोष्ठी से डिसेंट 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 इतना सुन रहा था सुबह से मैं। असहमति का साहस बहुत अच्छी बात है, लेकिन असहमति के साहस का एक विवेक भी होना चाहिए। अगर असहमति के साहस के साथ आपके पास वो विवेक नहीं है और आपका इंटेंट खराब है तो वो आप कहीं ना कहीं मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंसेंट के उसमें फंस के समाज को गलत दिशा में ले जाते हैं। और यहीं पत्रकारिता का जो साहित्यिक रूप आता है वो सामने आता है ताकि जनता को सही समय पर सही बात बता सके। सावधान, ये कंसेंट मैन्युफैक्चर किया जा रहा है। दूसरी बात, अभी 2 मिनट है सर, मैं घड़ी देख रहा हूं। 3:10 पे आपने मुझे माइक दिया, 3:17 पे मैं छोड़ दूंगा। हाँ, हम लोग रनडाउन से चलने वाले लोग हैं, आपके आदेश का पालन होगा। मैं सिर्फ इतना कह रहा हूं कि मीडिया और साहित्य के रिश्ते की जब हम बात करते हैं तो हमें ये देखना चाहिए कि शब्दों से मीडिया के लोगों का कितना परिचय है। मैं साहित्य तो शब्द के बाद की स्टेज है, मैं तो उसके पहले के स्टेज में जाता हूं कि मीडिया में शब्दों से परिचय कितना है, शब्दों पर हम कितना मंथन करते हैं। अगर आप हिंदी की बात करें तो हिंदी में एक शब्द है सहोदर, एक ही मां के उदर से पैदा हुआ। ये कितना खूबसूरत शब्द है, लेकिन क्या मीडिया में कहीं दिखाई देता है आपको? भाई कह के हम निकल लेते हैं। तो इस तरह के शब्दों के प्रयोग से या जिस प्रकार से आप देखें, और मीडिया की जब हम बात करते हैं, न्यू मीडिया की बात करते हैं, जब टेलीविजन मीडिया की बात करते हैं तो मुझे याद आता है महाभारत काल। संजय जब युद्ध का आंखों देखा वर्णन कर रहे थे तो वही कर रहे थे जो आज के जो मनोज्ञा लोईवाल जब पत्रकारिता कर रही थी और ओवी वैन के सामने खड़े होकर आंखों देखा हाल सुना रही होती थी, तो वही उसका आपको वहां पैरेलल दिखाई देता है। तो न्यू मीडिया जैसी कोई चीज मुझे लगता है नहीं है। इसको अलग अलग खांचे में बांटना, वैसे जैसे हिंदी में अभी नई वाली हिंदी एक चला दी गई और लोग खुश हो रहे हैं कि ये कोई नई हिंदी आ गई। अरे प्रेमचंद ने भी वैसी ही हिंदी लिखी, उन्होंने भी अंग्रेजी के वाक्य लिखे अपनी कहानियों में, इसलिए आप कोई नई वाली हिंदी नहीं कर रहे हैं। इसलिए ब्रांडिंग के लिहाज से अगर मीडिया को न्यू मीडिया कहा जा रहा है तो मुझे लगता है कि समाज को इस पर विचार करना चाहिए। मैं यहीं पर बात छोड़ रहा हूं, लेकिन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंसेंट पर विचार करिएगा उस पर, क्योंकि ये गंभीर मुद्दा आज आशीष नंदी ने छेड़ा है, इसलिए मुझे लगा कि मुझे उसका प्रतिकार मीडिया वाले सत्र में ही किसी न किसी प्रकार करते हुए उसको साहित्य से जोड़ना चाहिए। वो मैंने जोड़ा। बाकी अगर अध्यक्ष महोदय का आदेश होगा तो आगे भी मैं कुछ बोलूँगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
इस विषय पर मेरा संपूर्ण कंसर्न आपके साथ है। अभी मैं मानस को रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा, आप प्लीज टेक योर प्रेजेंटेशन एंड if you can reduce it from 7 to 6.
Fine. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll not reiterate what many of my knowledgeable panelists have already said, and I'll present a more plain vanilla flavor to the discussion. So, Anand Vijay said about the new media, the term new. So I would desist from saying the new. I'll say that technology in media and literature, what it has done to us. So we all know about media, new media, literature. I want to first state that whether it is media, new media or literature, because of technology, we have a very bright future. And especially to the young audience here, I want to say, because this technology has actually democratized media, new media, and even literature. So, since earlier days when we used to have this evolution of expression of media, new media, and literature, these are all interconnected things with distinct forms of expression, and how people used to use stone slabs to chronicle events and news. And then when these events and when this information become very fertile, then it forms some kind of literature. And then we keep on evolving, and then those fertile thoughts give us more forms of content, which we used to call literature. So gradually, diverse platforms emerged out of these traditional media, such as print, broadcast, and they have coexisted for a long time now. And then we gradually moved to online publications. Now, when Anand Vijayji again has said about, Malanji have said about the space constraints in the print media. I remember when we started in around 2000, my career, so when I have very less to write, I was given 1,000 word space. But today, after 20 years of experience, I have more to write, but I'm getting just 250 words to speak. But no, I would still thank the technology, because I have more platform. I have blogs, then I have the online platform, and I have videos, so I can say more in different format. And thanks to that, because of my young friends here, they are more keen to hooked on to a mobile phone than to a newspaper. I would like them to read more in the printed form as well, but probably it's okay if you don't pick up a newspaper at all. Do pick up a newspaper, but in a form that you are most comfortable with. So this is why I said that nowadays I have never tried to write something in the form of literature. I have been a core reporter, reporting and giving information, disseminating information. But you can actually do a lot more than what we could have done. In 1983, there was a book called Two Toreros from Vasukova Village. This is about two Ukrainian rebel kids who used to have a lot of adventures, and that is the most iconic book I have ever written. You must be laughing at what kind of book is that. No, please go do read, because that book actually inspires me during my childhood days to be a rebel. During my college days, when I studied under Umakant sir, even then I was a rebel. So that is the impact of literature that one can have. So please go and do read every day in whatever format that is possible. And if you want to write now and at least test your skills, the technology is the best tool now to have. See, you can go to, I won't name any platform right now, but you can actually write your own novel. You can collaborate with your friends online. anything that you can write, and that is the democratization of media, new media, and literature that is driven by the technology. With this note, I will thank all of you. Thank you, sir. I hope I'm on time.
दो तीन बातें कहना चाहूँगी। सबसे पहला तो पत्रकार और साहित्यकार के अंतर क्या होते हैं। हिंदी और इंग्लिश में मिक्स चलता रहेगा। पत्रकार लिखे बार बार, साहित्यकार लिखे एक बार। इसलिए जब तक अनंत विजय जी रोज रोज लिख रहे थे तब तक पत्रकार थे, अब साहित्यकार हो गए हैं। और ये उन लोगों के लिए है जिन्होंने हमें वो सारी किताबें दी हैं जिन्हें पढ़कर आज हम अपनी जिंदगी की बागडोर बदलने के फैसले कर लेते हैं। उतना ही अंतर है जितना वेदर और क्लाइमेट में होता है। Can anyone explain what is the difference between weather and climate officially? Okay, so I give you the official the difference between weather and climate, which precisely means weather is the daily state of atmosphere at any particular place or time, and this is according to Oxford, whereas climate means the weather conditions prevailing in an area in general or over a very long period. Media brings to you the weather report daily. It's the literature that gets you a hands on the climate of the region. There is no comparison between the two. We run as parallel as the tracks of the train line, as a train track. We are inseparable. अगर कोई ये कहता है, or if anyone wants to portray that media, new media, literature are three different things, I'm sorry, I'm talking to an audience that is talking on WhatsApp call, but yet there is an audience that has spoken on trunk calls. How many of you have been on trunk calls? सब हम सब ट्रंक कॉल जनरेशन हैं, लेकिन अभी कोविड ने हमें व्हाट्सएप कॉल किया, हमें जूम कॉल जनरेशन कर दिया है. सो आई कॉल माई सेल्फ द जूम कॉल जनरेशन नाउ, बिकॉज हम शुरुआत हमने ट्रंक कॉल से की थी पिछली सदी में, वे यू हैड टू वेट फॉर, यू हैड ओनली 3 minutes टू कन्वे ऑन व्हाट यू हैड टू. लाइटनिंग कॉल, ट्रंक कॉल आया है, भागो. इट वॉज लाइक टॉकिंग टू द प्राइम मिनिस्टर एट टाइम्स. 3 minutes यू हैड टू कन्वे. कई बार ऐसा होता था, you would travel from one place to the other and then you would write a letter that I reached safely by the time your next holidays would have arrived. When your letter reaches that you have arrived safely to your Nana ji, Nani ji or anyone. That is how technology has changed. So media, new media is equal to what we had in last century. When the evolution of television happened, then the evolution of internet happened. I believe the two biggest inventions in the world, number one is electricity. That has changed our life forever. And the second, as big as electricity, is internet. That has changed your life forever. It will never be the same. If you are not the same, what you were in last century, why should your consumption be the same? Why will the media not be new media? I completely support the idea from media to new media, because when we used to work 20 years ago, we used to carry tapes, DV tapes. We had to travel from one place to the other to supply that video to ensure that it is available on screen by the next day. The fastest mode could be a bus, a train or a flight if the pilot agrees to take that tape with him. That is not there now. Every person in the country and the world who has a phone, has an internet connection, has a Facebook or a YouTube or an Instagram, is a journalist. Is a journalist. Is reporting factually correct or factually incorrect, but is reporting. Why do I say reporting? When you're sharing your emotions, when you're sharing what you've seen, when you're sharing what you've experienced, you are reporting. You might be reporting to your family, to your friend, to your community, to your nation. That doesn't change. The size of the audience for anyone doesn't change. What I'm afraid of is WhatsApp University. We get interns who say, Chief Minister of Bhubaneswar. That is scaring. That is what is worrying me more than anything else. The lack of knowledge and the dependence on internet and Google, where you don't even know the roads that you travel every day. I'll personally request every one of you to avoid using Google Maps where you can use your brains. Imagine Einstein used only 7% of his brain, and this is what he could do. By using internet and Google every day for everything that you do, you're actually heading towards a lazy, if not a brain creature. That is what is worrying me the most. But now I'll give you some substantial data to say why and what is worrying me. Does anyone have an idea? Can anyone share an idea on which is the biggest internet consumer country of the world? Haji? I'm sorry, it's not. Wasn't that surprising? Yes. So the internet penetration in India has gone up to only 48%, whereas in China is more than 62%, almost 65% now in this year. That gives you an idea that if you don't know much about a country, that doesn't mean you know everything. That is what is scaring me, because people have stopped, if not stopped, have reduced the number of books that they read. You have so much on your platter. You go to an ice cream parlor, पहले आप सब softy खाते थे, vanilla, chocolate, vanilla, scotch bright, butterscotch, scotch bright. That's branding. This is what has happened. Now, how many tastes and flavors do you have? Any single parlor, ice cream parlor, हम उसे parlor कहते हैं. Parlor का concept बदल गया है. पहले महिलाएं जाती थी parlor, अब ice cream parlors हैं. This is new media, and there is nothing bad about it. It's what you take from it and how much you take from it. ये तो हमेशा होता रहा है. इसमें नया क्या है? आप झांसी की रानी की किताब पढ़ें कि बुंदे ले हर बोलों के मुंह, हमने सुनी कहानी थी, खूब लड़ी मर्दानी, वो तो झांसी वाली रानी थी. और या फिर आप किसी की किताब पढ़ें जिससे आपको इंस्पिरेशन का लेवल अलग हो या फिर आपका मोटिवेशन का लेवल अलग हो. उसमें आप डिसाइड करते हैं. लेकिन कंज्यूमर बदल गया है. अब कंज्यूमर का टेस्ट बदल गया है. जो लोग पहले 300 पेज की किताब खरीद के घर ले जाते थे पढ़ने के लिए, वो अब 300 वर्ड पढ़ने में स्वाइप राइट, स्वाइप लेफ्ट. If you are not reading the content of more than 300 words, how can you expect your viewer, your audience to read the same and consume the same, inverted commas, crap? It's the level of patience that has gone down. And now I give you a really surprising data that I searched partially on Google. The internet usage in China is more than 1 billion. So approximately 3 out of every 4 person is on internet in China. Almost 75%. Whereas in India, we just less than 60%. Now I give you the news consumption of India, which is around 238 million, and it is less than 63%. So what are people watching? Are they watching TV channels? What are they watching? Any guesses? No, they're not even watching shorts and reels. So the most surprising data came when you would come to know that it is the TV channels that have the entertainment segment has the highest viewership in the country. And they are glued to it with the highest loyalty programs that you would ever see. As the core news consumption has changed, with only almost 30% coming to OTT, whereas only 20% going to the television. And YouTube is still topping the chart. So what you're searching, any idea, can anyone confirm on which is the highest searched regional language besides Hindi and English? Bangla. Population plays a very important role, but population on video on demand is highest, that is 81% in Bengali, 81% in Tamil. This is for you, Krishna Rao and Malan Sahab. Telugu is also around 80%, whereas Hindi is just 75%, despite having the highest population in the country. So the population has nothing to do with the level of consumption of data or videos which you are watching every day. Now here's the catch. The catch is that when you talk about word usage and search of word usage, that has gone down over the years, and the use of abbreviations has gone up. As he rightly pointed out, that before has become before. But what I would like to say and mention about my friend Manas Pratim Gohai, वो दिल्ली से चला था ना राजीव गांधी का कॉलर, पूर्वोत्तर पहुंचते पहुंचते शर्ट का कॉलर ही मिला, शर्ट चली थी दिल्ली से, पहुंचा था कॉलर, लेकिन अंतर अब ये आ गया है कि अगर अब दिल्ली से कॉलर या नहीं या शर्ट भी चलती है तो कम से कम पूर्वोत्तर भारत को शर्ट दिखती जरूर है. I have worked extensively in Northeast, and 15 years ago, I tell you, for 16 hours there were no washrooms. There were no washrooms for us when we were traveling for coverages. Thanks to Supreme Court that has finally made it compulsory for the petrol pumps to have washrooms, whereas the present incumbent Northeast development that we've seen in almost a decade, I would say, that has changed the road network in the region miraculously, and everyone from Northeast would vouch for it, even for the other parts of the nation. Has that given more power to the viewer, to the consumer? Yes, it has. But क्या टीवी में आपके पास पावर कम थी? जी नहीं. टीवी में जब तक आप एक चैनल, दो चैनल, डीडी मेट्रो तक देखते थे, तब तक आपके पास ताकत कम थी. बट टीवी का सबसे बड़ा दुश्मन कोई दूसरा चैनल नहीं है. टीवी का सबसे बड़ा दुश्मन तो वो रिमोट है जो आपके हाथ में रहता है. और जो आप जिस स्पीड से पहले बदलते थे, अब आप उसी स्पीड से अपने हाथ में अपने फ़ोन को बदलते हैं, कभी इंस्टाग्राम, कभी यूट्यूब और कभी फेसबुक. Has that reduced your popularity? No, it has not. गांव में रहने वाले को अब शहर के लोग जानते हैं और शहर में रहने वालों की आवाज़ गांव तक पहुंचती है. यही है मीडिया और न्यू मीडिया का अंतर. Thank you so much.
Next session was to start at 3:15, but we have already, because we started late, we have gone beyond our time allotted. But I don't think we will have some time for interaction.
If you wish to, we can extend some 3 to 5 minutes, sir, maybe.
3 to 5 minutes.
If anybody would like to have some questions.
That would be very, very beautiful. Okay, I think we will go without it. And I will just wind up by saying that well, we have just 3-4 minutes. Anyone had a question for any panelists here? I don't know.
Anybody, if you would like to ask a question to the panel members?
So I think we'll leave it at that. We come to the end of this panel discussion. And at winding up, I will say that I like the way Anandji and Professor Rao-ji start reiterating the concept of dissent and manufacturing of consent, what Anandji said. So dissent is very much part of media. Dissent is in fact the character of media. The natural character of media is an adversity of establishment. But now, literature is such a broad category of entity that it encompasses almost every part of human life, social life, in fact individuals' life and individuals' internal landscape. Media is trying to encroach into the technology, technology, everyone has, except Anandji, who has not agreed to the dangers of the media which is coming. He has in fact doubted if new media is going to sustain. And Madam also, and everyone has their own view, but then these scenes unfolding before us. Right now, new media or social media is being utilized to popularize literature, popularize various forms of arts, but that is not enough. The amount of time that it takes from the younger generation, maybe a time will come, the library will be there, the archives will be there, but there will be no access. There will be no intent to access. There will be no time to access. But things are evolving. Maybe a new paradigm of this kind of interaction will evolve. With these words, I thank the panelists here for their comments and thank for the audience. Thank you. Jai Hind. Mangesh Uttal Dhan.
I request the audience to kindly settle down. We had the opportunity to witness the brilliance of our speakers and the in-depth insight into the various dimensions of media, literature, and the impact of each other. I take this opportunity and privilege to extend my sincerest thanks to all our distinguished panel members and speakers for their valuable interaction and sharing their outright views on the theme and enlightening us with the future media and literature have. Now, we will proceed for the next technical session. Yes. We will now proceed for the next technical session, and I would request our August gathering to kindly settle down at the respective places. For the technical session 3, I have the privilege to invite Sri Jatindra Kumar Naik and Sri Ashish Nandiji to grace us with their kind presence on the stage. Student volunteers, kindly escort our guests to the dais.
Very warmly welcome you to this.
Today I have the honor to introduce to you Dr. Jatindra Kumar Naik. Sir is a former professor of English at the University of Bhubaneswar. And Sir Jatindra Kumar Naik is an Indian translator, literary critic, columnist and editor. He is a recipient of the Hutch Crossword Book Award 2004 and the Katha Translation Award 1997. He is a member of the English Advisory Board, Sahitya Academy. His English translations of classic Odia novels include Chandrasekhar Ratha's Jantra Rudha, Astride the Wheel, Fakir Mohan Senapati's Mamu, the maternal uncle, and the eminent Odia poet Jagannath Prasad Das's Deso Kala Patra into A Timeless Time Elsewhere. Dr. Naik is the co-translator of the English translation of Odia novel Chaw Marna Attagunta, written by Sri Fakir Mohan Senapati. The English translation of the book was first published in the USA under the title 6 Acres and a Third. In his contribution to the state of Odisha, he has founded an organization named Rupantar, which publishes translation of Odia books in English. I welcome you, sir. I feel honored to introduce to you our eminent speaker, guest, the eminent social theorist and critic, Sri Ashish Nandi. Professor Nandi is an eminent political psychologist, social theorist and critic. He has more than 25 books to his credit on different subjects, besides many articles in prestigious anthologies and magazines. Sri Nandi has co-authored a number of human rights reports and has been the first UNESCO chair at the Center of European Studies, University of Trier, Germany. He was a senior fellow and director of the Center for the Study of Developing Societies and the senior honorary fellow of the Institute. Sir has received the Fukuoka Asian Cultural Prize and appeared on the list of the top 100 public intellectuals poll of the Foreign Policy magazine. With these words of a brief introduction of our brilliant personalities, I now request Professor Naik to lead a dialogue in conversation with our guest speaker, Sri Ashish Nandiji.
Thank you. I am delighted and awed in equal measure to get this opportunity to engage Professor Ashish Nandi in a conversation. I have always hero worshipped him. He is one of the greatest public intellectuals of our time. And we have read his books, we have read his articles, and even today's keynote address fascinated us with so many insights packed into a very brief presentation.
fascinated by his focus on, by his reference to 4 sources of dissent in Indian culture and sources of features of creativity. So as I just told you, this is a daunting privilege. I look forward to it with great fervor, but I am also equally nervous because I am in the presence of an iconic scholar, intellectual thinker. So I will begin by asking him a very obvious question because I have gone through some of his fascinating pieces. So I will begin with, I think, his take on, his position on communal violence, because he has said something extremely insightful on communal violence and its sources, the way it unfolds, it affects human beings, and how his very insightful observation that urban areas experience communal violence in a way rural areas don't, although we always think that modernization, urbanization make us more civilized. So I will begin, because we live in very troubled times, we need his wise observations on the nature of communal violence and how it has changed and how we can cope with it in the future.
Communal violence has very clear-cut patterns. In whole of India, over the last 100 years, communal violence has taken place usually. Now it has changed a little bit. About 10 states, but not in the whole state. It is mainly centered on some cities, about 12 cities, you can say, which have seen communal violence. So communal violence is not as widespread as we think. And communal violence has certain logic behind it. I can give you one or two examples. I have lived my life by my last book, which is the Miscellany. I have called it Breakfast with, the title is Breakfast with Evil. Because I have spent much of my working life getting in touch with the evil. So I was very impressed when I heard that when the refugees started coming to India from Pakistan, Jawaharlal Nehru came to see them and Gandhi too. So Jawaharlal Nehru will always come and he will be so moved by them that he will begin to cry. And then he would go back to his own life and own work. He was a very overburdened prime minister. But in case of Gandhi, when they came, he never shed any tear. He heard them with great empathy and compassion, but no tears. And at the end of it, he would say to them that he will tell one of his associates, "Oh, mother, this lady has an experience with Vivi. So, हमारा जो आश्रम जहाँ कुछ इसका find something to do and she'll get some money and she can also look after family better. This is one example. I can also give another example of this kind. I like both of them, Gandhi and Nehru, but there is a difference in this kind. In Calcutta, one of my colleagues was studying in Gujarati school, very old school, nearly 100 years, little less than 100 years. And he went and studied these two brothers who had founded that school, Gujarati school in Kabul. And then he noticed that there was a plaque. This was inaugurated by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru on such and such dates. We are, and it has and it's recognition of these family, these two brothers. So he was surprised. He says, in the 1930s, Gandhi was actually coming every month to Calcutta for some meeting or some work. And this is a Gujarati. And this is a Gujarati school. And you two are Gujaratis. Why did you not tell him to inaugurate it? So the elder brother said, actually that was my brother also saying when we started the school. Let us get Jawaharlal Nehru. Let us get Gandhi, not Nehru, Gandhi. So I said, the elder brother said, no, that won't do. Because Jawaharlal Nehru will give a lecture and go away afterwards and not leave us alone. But Gandhi, if you make him inaugurate the school, in every 3 weeks, he will write you a postcard saying, are you giving them milk? Are you giving them, what do you do if some of them falls ill? Make life miserable for us. And so there is this two ways of looking at things. And communal violence, I also want to say, has certain logic, law. I have spent a lot of time with people who have handled communal violence and other kinds of violence and so on. Just to give one example, there was this KPC, what is it? The one who, KPS Gill, who, yes, so I introduced him, a great player, and he was very honest and straightforward. He said, in normal violence, spontaneous violence is something which can be stopped in 2-3 hours automatically. If it is spontaneous, pain. But if there is politics behind it and is planned, then it should not take more than 6 hours or 8 hours at most, because it will go on. So wherever I go, and I have been given the mandate of stopping the violence, communal violence, I usually, once it crosses these 2-3 hours time bar, I call the leaders and walk into my office and tell them that look, it has exceeded 3 hours. This is my limit. And I give you an extra 2 hours to wind it up. And I know what to do if you do not. And he said that I can take out my revolver and put it on the table. And every riot has stopped. Every riot has stopped after that. So there is this possibility. The communal riots are not really spontaneous riots. They are artificial riots. All communal. And as Mr. Amit Shah said, what Gujarat riot is an election, he told that look, we did only one riot in Gujarat. After that, no riot has taken place. Meaning otherwise that we have taken care of Muslims. So there is all kinds of things in communal riots. And communal riot, there are specialists in communal riot. And these specialists were primarily in the city, not in the villages. Because in the villages, it is much more difficult actually foment a particular community to run against others because they have lived together for years, often for centuries. In a city, it is easy because if you have a slum, a Muslim slum or a Sikh settlement, then you know where to attack or to wait and how to operate. But in a village, it is much more difficult because relationships are of different order. So there are certain laws and rules of communal violence. And it is also interesting that, as I was telling in the beginning, it sounds very strange that I'd like to give you one data. 94% of all casualties in riots in cities are casualties are both to violence and killing. And the cities. I mean, this is all. And in village, this figure comes out to something like 4%, 5%, 4 to 6%. So why if communal land doesn't take place in villages? I have already given you the So that is the way communal land goes. And now it has become a very different because both sides know that these are manufactured banks. These are manufactured banks. And therefore both sides are prepared for that kind of encounter. And so this is the picture of communal riots in India. So it is an urban phenomenon, mostly confined to these 10 or 12 cities where it occurs. And the people who run it, the specialists, are also. There is so many examples of that. I don't want to give you the gruesome part of the story. But now, other part of the story is this, that our last great riot, which confirmed to certain Now that has a rate of 1 million people used to say. In our work we found, we did a very large study. In fact, it is probably world's largest study of a genocide. In what we did, we found that it, unbelievable by how found in partition violence, 40% of those, not mostly the Hindus going back from Pakistan and Bangladesh, 40% say that they have survived because of help given by the Muslims. And to some extent this is also true of a study done by Pakistanis of Hindus going from there, Muslims going from India to Pakistan, that they also have been helped in a bit larger, because that figure was not as large as the one we have done. We were not allowed to do in Pakistan as well. Though the victims were mainly Hindus in Pakistan and Bangladesh. We wanted to do it in all people. So, but the government of India said that you cannot send money to Pakistan to do the study. Now, but you will give all the money, not pay. What foundation was giving us? You will allow it to go all the way to you, but you spend it. But no money you can send to Pakistan. Now, I could have cleaned the issue by saying that the victims in Pakistan and Bangladesh were Hindus. So we should have fruit to them. If you are interested, you are talking of Hindu people, but it was Vajpayee. I saw him a little bit. This is like, I was afraid that he will may not give me the money at all. But, so I took the money and also invited his sons to do some work on their own, and they will do some content. So the data is this, that now why I am saying that the 40% had done that is because the available data for other genocides. I have been working on genocides now 15 years. Other genocides have a very different, for instance, in Tel Aviv, in Israel, they have a plaque in a museum sort of thing, which lists those Germans who have helped Jews to survive. And the figure is something like less than 1.5%. 1.5%. Similarly, in other countries we found, sometimes it is close to 2%, 3%. In Rwanda it was again less than 1%. No? But here it was still, in partition violence, it was still 40%. Unbelievable. It's different time. Now it was that. It is sample, but this. Now, this is becoming more and more difficult. More and more difficult. In Gujarat, for example, very few persons are intervened. Some of those would have been, like for example, there are two brothers. One is a functionary of the BJP, very active in the riots. His brother, in the meanwhile, to save a Muslim, has given him job as his driver and given him a Hindu name. So this kind of thing, but these are very rare in Gujarat. In KPS Gill said to me that there was no sense of guilt in Gujarat at all. Whereas in the partition violence, the sense of guilt very heavy, very heavy. In Gujarat, I saw nobody is happy killing. Because generally mobilize ordinary people to kill and expect them to come back to normal life after they have done the job. But this is not easy for the person. The person who killed most aggressively and became famous was a person in Gujarat riots. He was a Patel, but he was better known as Bajrangi. Yeah? And he was supposed to have killed the maximum number of people. And after the riots, when he was a hero, he quickly developed schizophrenia. And he and then on the health ground, psychiatrically defined lunatic that he was released when husband of release. So there is this part of the story. There is also the story. We studied riots in Indonesia. Give you an example. Now there, the director of the film, he was a Dutch, he actually recruited the killers because they were always claiming that they were nationalists and it's for the nation like ours. Here, that we are fighting the Muslims against nationalists. And therefore, so he recruited them to play their own roles. And the results were very revealing because the director did not concentrate on this. He just cinematic documentary account of the whole world. Very good. Even and yet, despite his the fact of the matter is, if you see the document, it becomes absolutely clear that none of the killers is a normal one. In partition, our survey of partition riots, we have run across about say 10 or 15 things, of them detailed into, because many of them are 70, 80, 90 years old. Now, we found only one person who has emerged psychologically intact after. That was because he was sick and he very specific psychiatric symptoms. Killing is not easy. Killing, particularly because you are mobilizing ordinary people like you and me. In some instance, even arousing their anger, and kill, and then they are leave. I will tell a story. Udayan Patel, well-known psychiatrist in Bombay. One day he was in Marine Drive and he heard, this is after a riot in Bombay. He found 5 or 6 people discussing what they did in riot. They were saying that they were killed killed the owner of an electrical shop and looted the shop. And the owner was a huge man and he killed him, he called him the Ravan. This Ravan he killed and then the shop was looted, then he goes to it and he goes that way. So he said his sister would have granted his all this he was hearing. So he said, why you when here? This is very interesting what you are saying. They asked the name. So he heard all these things and when they were discussing, he said, actually I am a doctor, so if you have any problem, then I am giving my card to you can come. My clinic is very close by, very close to Marine Drive. So this is the story there. And then he said that after about 3 months, one day he was closing his clinic. He finds that man who had killed the Ravan in the electronic shop, sitting in the out chamber, just outside the chamber. I said, what are you do here? He said, Dr. Saab, there is a problem. Remember I told you about killing this Ravan? But he won't leave me alone. Now, I cannot sleep. I have lost my appetite. And I always afraid of what we will do next. Because when I was about to fall asleep, this Ravan comes in and enters my body through the toenails. The toenails of my feet. And I wake up. So I have not slept. So he said, I'm afraid this will take some time. You come on certain subjects and so forth. And he found that he couldn't easily handle that. So I am taking this long thing to say that communal violence and mobilizing ordinary citizens into a rule of murder is not easy, not at least in India. Now, they all pay scores. I can give so many stories of this kind. I don't know, but this is just something. Anyway,
As you can all see, Professor Nandu is also a wonderful storyteller, so he kept you engrossed listening to his stories and anecdotes. You have also written a book on cricket, The Tao of Cricket. And we are all so excited about cricket, we are so depressed about our defeat, recent defeat. And I think in one of your articles you mentioned that cricket, we have all opinions on cricket. Everyone has an opinion on cricket, unlike football. Because cricket allows us to reveal ourselves. So would you reflect very briefly on that, and then everyone wants to hear you talk more about dissent, because you have aroused their interest in dissent. The 4 sources of dissent in your keynote address. So if you just answer this briefly, then please talk about the very different sources of dissent that you touched upon. So on cricket and
cricket is a game, is a village game originally, primarily, but played by civil. And cricket was an attempt to reconcile the industrialization of Britain and its agricultural system. Cricket depended on agricultural land. Friendly matches for both the almost familiar. Nobody made it all these in cricket, therefore, in some way, that agricultural life had a new kind of space to reconcile with the urban life. So it was a kind of escape from the early years of urban living and industrialization. Because in Britain, a very harsh very harsh thing. The teenagers, utter poverty and constant criminal activity, well-known thing. That part of the story gradually became different. So that rule of cricket as a game gradually began to diminish, and that survived only in certain behaviors and so on. When for the first time Montagu took the state, this rule of cricket, that when you run, the person from the other side running, when a bowler, if they start running a little early, he can some advantage. But so generally, the custom was traditionally that you warn the person that you are doing this. situation to the Pakistani team, and the Pakistani team defeated them because it was a very good team that time. They had in the new stadium, Narendra Modi Stadium, that is not possible. It is a very different game. It is ultra-nationalist, almost vulgar. I have a feeling that that this, if India had won, it would have been even more. Yeah. Anyway, that's the thing I want to
So please elaborate on your observations on dissent, which you talked about in your keynote address today. The audience would like you to expand your observations on dissent. Not dissent, is different sources of dissent like Buddhism, Bhakti, Sufi, and Vedantic dissent having its source in the Vedas. So please, I would like to hear you speak a few words about dissent.
Dissent is everywhere in India. India cannot live without. There are 700 varieties of dance. That is rough count. And now that count has been challenged. It is probably will go up to now 800, 900. Similarly, the languages. India had 1,500 languages according to the last census, official census of India. They have not, that census has never been repeated because they are afraid of this. What will do? So, anyway, dissent. There are now 1,200, 300 languages are now either moribund or dead. And if you look at the debate, this has what is going on. For instance, our sense of force now, previously somewhere like in spoken by something like 40% of India. Mostly thanks to the Bombay cinema. Now, it is just over 55 or 60. One of the results of this is this, that previously there were 35 languages which were seen as dialects of Hindi, which were like now they are increased at 66 other languages, part of Hindi. So that's how we are that kind of thing. The result is that modern nation state trying to centralize would like to have as few languages as possible. Because that's how communication is happening. For instance, even the British, Mohili was considered the dialect of Bengal. More than 100 years. More than 100 years, I believe it was the dialect of Bengali. And one of the well-known ICS officers, M.K. Jha, he was wanting to study in Britain. which I think is good. He was not a great intellect. This one is good. He said, if a dialect has an already getting an area, then it is a language. Then modern. So that is dissent. Fear of dissent. Because you are afraid. Now, at the moment, translation is a very important thing. I first thought that it was great, but then I found that it is being mainly promoted by the corporate. Why? Because they want absolute clarity of different communities, so they can organize their market as well as their product. That better. Finding out what will happen to the very good idea. Anyway.
Take a couple of questions, very quick questions, because time is running out. Yeah. See. Okay, then we can stop here. Okay, that's good.
August gathering. Now we have come to the end of this technical session 3, and I must end this with my experience. And this has been a very brilliant experience here to listen to our panel members and Professor Nandi, and the way he took us with him to the past, talking about the shifting political temperaments. It has been a wonderful session to listen to you, sir, as well as Dr. Naik. We are extremely grateful to both our speakers and guests for gracing us with their valuable presence and sharing their experience in a dialogue. I now invite Ms. Anvesha Tripathi to take on the following sessions.
Good evening, everyone. I think we should resume the sessions because we're running a little short on time. But I assure you that this session that was supposed to be from 4 to 5 p.m. will not be a problem because one of the sessions that was supposed to be scheduled for 5 to 5:45 has been called off. So we can start this at 4:45 and have the 1 hour session as per the plan. The session 4, which is titled Dinosaur in My Garden, Literature and Artificial Intelligence. We are living in times where AI has been taking over all domains of human life, human decision and human action. So there are a lot of questions like, can creativity happen outside of human mind, and can AI take over all forms of creativity and manifestation of it? For this, we have with us experts in the field from whom we can have an enriching experience to listen to. I would like to request the guests for the session, moderator Shri Kedar Mishra sir, and we have panelists Shri Prabal Kumar Basu, Shri Ashwani Kumar, Ma'am Bivak Pragyan Tripathi, and Shri Sampath Patnaik. I request the volunteers to please accompany our guests upon the stage. While our guests are settling down, I would like to take this golden opportunity to introduce all of them to you. Our moderator for the session, Shri Kedarnath Mishra, is a seasoned journalist with a diverse and accomplished career. He is the son of late Shyamu Prasad Mishra and Srimati Santi Mishra. Currently, he holds a prominent role as the...
I think there is no need of long introduction, please.
Absolutely, sir. That's as you wish. Sir, I would like to introduce the panelists briefly, if you permit. Yeah. We have with us Shri Prabal Kumar Basu, who is a writer, very known writer of poetry and drama. He has collections of essays and short stories to his credit, and he is the founder trustee of Kolkata International Foundation for Arts, Literature and Culture, and has been the recipient of Gauri Bhattacharya Memorial Award. We welcome you, sir. Next we have Shri Ashwani Kumar, again a very celebrated poet writer, and he is a professor at Tata Institute of Social Sciences, and he has, to his credit, a lot of anthologies including My Grandfather's Imaginary Typewriter and Banaras, and he's... Okay sir, alright sir, no problem.
There is no need of giving introduction to all the panelists. That will come the way they talk.
Alright sir, as you wish. So I request all of you to start with the discussion and...
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Friends, we are going to talk about a very, very complicated subject actually, artificial intelligence. And it's that age-old debate, man versus machine. Who is going to serve us who? And very recently, Professor Noam Chomsky has written an article and he said that, it's a kind of concern and at the same time a part of our optimism. Whether it's a part of optimism or it's a problem. Whether it's a tool to achieve something or a terror. That we want to discuss, and the title of the session is Dinosaur in the Garden. So I was asking Ashwini, who is the dinosaur actually? Who is going to devastate the garden? Whether artificial intelligence is going to devastate the garden or it is going to do something good. Is there something very significant coming up for the future? And two major things which concerns and many of us that, it takes over the language, the practice of language, the science of language, the medium of language, that is completely taken over by the artificial intelligence. And is it going to consume the space of imagination, which was until now, which was a human domain? So starting with Sampath Patnaik. Sampath Patnaik is a young journalist, a Homi scholar, and I want to know from Sampath what you think about artificial intelligence. Is it a tool to achieve something good, or is it a terror which everyone should be aware?
Thank you, Kedar sir, for giving me this opportunity and also for your astute intervention. For a short introduction, I feel immensely relieved because I was already feeling out of place with this eminent panel. But since you have asked me to reflect on this topic first, I looked at the topic, dinosaur in the cartoon, and my reading of it was that there is a menacing figure in my space. And perhaps we may have assumed that the entry of artificial intelligence into literature will only bring about devastation. My only humble submission would be that before we arrive at this conclusion, let us keep an open mind about all sorts of possibilities that may happen. Now I understand the sentiment completely, that whenever we place these two terms side by side, artificial intelligence on the one hand and literature on the other hand, we have a visceral reaction. And I think this reaction comes from two themes that operate subconsciously in our mind. The first being that this is an attack of the few against the many. So this is an attack by some tech billionaire, by some Satya Nadella, by some Sam Altman or Bill Gates against literature which is written by, read by so many people. Such an innocent project. People who are very powerful but who have no skin in the game of literature are now going to decide its future. We may think of it like that. And the other thesis that operates is that perhaps this is an assault coming from the direction of science and technology towards literature and the humanities.
But sometimes, there is also a debate that, it is also an assault on science and scientific thinking, that one day it may also topple the basic ground of science.
A critical thinker like you may think in all dimensions. But I think I am speaking for the ordinary reader, such as myself, that these are our visceral reactions when we first hear these topics. So let's come to the first one, that it's an attack of the few against the many. I was thinking about this and I realized that this desire to make living objects out of inanimate objects or to produce a sentient being, it is not just a project by tech billionaires. It is a desire which is very old and very widespread. If you cast a look back at our global literature, you have the example of Pygmalion in Galatia. So Pygmalion makes this beautiful ivory statue and Aphrodite confers life on it and she becomes his wife. In Jewish folklore, you have a story of a clay lump which was known as a golem, which is eventually brought to life. You have the example of Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. So this obsession to create life has always been there among human beings. So this is not an attack by the few against the many. And secondly, this is not just an assault coming from science towards literature. Because all the examples that I gave so far have been thought up by writers, by people engaged in literature and the humanities. So maybe we should confront our own biases first when we grapple with this topic.
Okay. Ashwini, what Sampath talked about, perhaps it's a kind of exaggerated reaction, or perhaps you are a little bit more apprehensive. What is your take on this? As a social scientist, as a teacher, as a writer, how do you see the role of artificial intelligence in literature and in, suppose, are you going to write or you are going to generate? Are you going to compose a poem or you are going to arrange a poem? So what is your take? I think my take will come in two parts, very briefly here. The other day I was at Arunachal Lit Festival speaking on the same topic, artificial intelligence. So first take will be slightly different from my colleague, because I am also looking at the philosophical background of the whole debate on artificial intelligence. So if you look at the classic work that Donna Harvey, the Harvard philosopher, published in, if I'm not wrong, 1985, is called Cyborg Manifesto. This Cyborg Manifesto radically blurred the distinction between human and non-human. So if you look at all the binaries, I'm using binary in not a typically Foucauldian sense of binary, but I'm using binary in a dualism sense. And there is a, since many of us have been following Ashish Da for the last 40 years and familiar with Ashish Da's own writings, critiquing enlightenment and post-enlightenment and the kind of humanism that informs Ashish Da's writing. So I'm here, So what I'm trying to look at, the whole debate, because when Gayatri spoke to me about artificial intelligence, it was my idea on a full disclosure note, the dinosaur idea. And dinosaur I'm using here in a both symbolic and semiotic sense. So those who are familiar with symbiotic and symbolic and symbiotic sense, you can see how Homo sapiens, look at the dominance of Homo sapiens, particularly in the Western philosophical universe. And today you look at we are thinking about post Homo sapiens. So in a very profound way, perhaps machine intelligence and perhaps the next generation of what we call neural architecture of language will challenge Homo sapiens like anything. I think Homo sapiens need to confront their own anxieties, anxieties I do not want to surprise you, but there is a paper published by Carnegie Mellon recently. It's called Freud's Android. It's good for us to read that piece, Freud's Android. So Homo sapiens are becoming so vulnerable, the way they have exploited the earth, etc., etc. I don't want to go there and delay the conversation. And secondly, I'm coming back to my practice as a poet. What is it, am I really vulnerable to the challenges of generative artificial intelligence or the deep, learning? And am I really worried about, machine becoming perhaps more intelligent than me? I mean, that's the question I'm asking everyone. It's not for me to confront. My answer is simple, that I'm not worried at all. Because I'm willing to become a co-curator with perhaps a more intelligent machine, who is more intelligent than me, perhaps. And I was looking at, some of the works done by next generation of generative artificial intelligence, in fact, sonnets, and some of the works, that they have written. In fact, I was thinking of, informing you that recently they have developed a Brutus system, and it's called a story generator. And this story generator is a very formative stage. But if you read the story generator, you will find many pop writers, what they call 100-rupee writing, or the many versions of popular literature. The Brutus system has generated a better fiction than the popular I read. I don't want to name them, some of them are my great friends writing popular literature. And third, I'm coming, and this is also for the debate to inflect, I'm posing this to Ashish Da too, the idea of creativity. Will the machine or will the dinosaur, will we become dinosaur in front of a more intelligent machine? Because one of the things that I've been taught since beginning, thinking about myself as a poet, that in poetry or in literature or in creativity, there should be an element of surprise, unsettling. There is something, deeper sense of joy and sorrow. I found that some of the poems written by artificial intelligence, surprisingly, using this sense of. So I stop here. So what I'm concluding here, that A, the Homo sapiens, days of Homo sapiens are limited. B, Homo sapiens need to learn the art of negotiating and accepting co-curation with the machine intelligence, perhaps in future, maybe 10 years, 20 years down the line. Third, perhaps poets and the writers will benefit a lot from, in engagement with machine
and with a cognitive system of its own. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasuni. I think you are in a different way. You are agreeing with Sampath. You are saying that okay, you have to coexist. The man and machine, they have to complement with each other. They have to be with each other. But at the same time, it is posing some kind of danger. Now, V.R. Pragyan Tripathi, one of the leading fiction writer, filmmaker, Tamudi sir. Can you really believe that artificial intelligence will be able to surpass humanity? Or that what Aswini was talking about, the element of surprise, the chamak, can it be better? Or can it actually write a story, what he was talking about, some stories that are generated by artificial intelligence are more powerful than many of our popular writers. What is your take on that? How do you react to that?
Thank you, Kedar. Good evening, everybody. It's a very lovely thing. First of all, let me my understanding of artificial intelligence, and I think all of you, that should be the clarity. What is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence is data, given data processed. A machine can process, intelligence is what? A machine, we have data, we have information, we can process it and solve a problem and can think forward with the circumstances, whatever we have given. So, that is intelligence. And artificial intelligence is when you give information, they process it. They process it and find a solution, or if you give certain information, you will load 3-4 information about Greek mythology, they will say the pattern. They will say the Mahabharata, this is the pattern. So, artificial intelligence can identify all those things, which is good, which is like aiding to an author. But artificial intelligence, you see, a human being, when he writes, it's we write with our memories, the consciousness we have. The consciousness is the most powerful thing in a human being, because you see, they are saying artificial intelligence also can feel anger, and it can say they are angry, but they are not angry, they are saying they are angry. The feeling angry and saying angry are two different things. And when we write things, what do we write? We just don't process our data. When we read something, we have a lingering impression of a poem, of a story, of a novel for years with us. A lingering. A machine is designed, machine doesn't forget anything, we forget. We mix, Dr. is here, we mix our memories. Our memories get mixed, human beings. But a machine doesn't do that mistake. But the consciousness we have, the memories we have, if I write a story with all the memories I have, and my childhood, a boy child, his experience as a child, everything comes in that. And what Mr. Asini said, the surprise factor. The surprise factor lies with the consciousness. It doesn't lie with the information and processing the data and solving a problem or having a pattern, but it will be definitely aided. It will be very difficult to have very original stories, and I think it's a good thing. So because people can now, when you are very original, you will only stand out with the artificial intelligence. That's how I think. I am a very optimistic person, so I think this.
So, now, all are, then they are optimistic. They believe that, it can aid to our imagination, it can aid to our creativity. But the problem is, when the machine take over the process of language, the ecosystem of language, will it really kill? Is it not going to kill many languages? Is it not going to kill? Is it not going to create a world which is homogeneous? Is it not going to kill the diverse nature of humanity? What is your take on that? And as a writer, again, writing a poem and generating a poem, creating a poem and arranging a poem, is it not two different things? How do you see that?
Yeah, I start with a story which I read about maybe 20 years back. So someone got a machine or a software, whatever it is, which generates story, and he imported it in India. And very discreetly he passed on the message to the story writers. This is a and then the people started, coming to him or her, whatever, coming to the organization to buy that quantities. In the process of happening, the production rate has gone up. And the machine has another characteristic that if you want a story aloud, you will produce a story aloud. If you want a story on horse, you will produce blah blah blah, whatever you want. Political story, political story. So now, one of the apex organization of the state, of the government of the country, of the state, they invited for a story competition. It was a huge prize, and the time given was very short, and everyone approached that. By the time people get to know about this, everyone approached that. And when the jury, they received the stories, they found that all stories are same. So then everyone started thinking what has happened. Now the people who submitted that, the stories were the same, they called few of them and asked how it has happened. Because this story writer, he doesn't know the other story writer. Another story writer never knew another story writer. So these people who has taken from that company, they went back to the company and said, what is this? Our face is lost. They said, yes ma'am, we came to know that, but very sorry, there was a mistake in the system. The software itself has, they developed a virus, and that virus has created this problem. So our main doubt whether one day artificial intelligence will take over this or not, there is always an element. This element will always remain. My second point is that our apprehension is that if artificial intelligence, they want to take over the intelligence of the human being. Now, whenever this artificial intelligence is first of all an outcome of the industrial revolution. Now, whenever this industrial revolution started, say it was in the 18th century with the steam engine, and then in the 19th century electricity, and then in the last century, middle of last century, the computer. So whenever industrial revolution has happened, it has added up to the speed of life. And with the speed of life, our living scape has changed. Things have changed with that. So, with the artificial intelligence coming into existence, so our competition is there. Now, addressing your thing, when there was no language at all, only few states were having a few human, what do we call that? Few human race, sorry. Few human race used to know the language, used to write. It's not. So slowly, their competition came in. There were other races, they started learning. They learned in their own way, and then they started producing. So when say for example, I take the example of Sahitya Akademi. So Sahitya Akademi, when we started, it had 19 or 20 languages, 18 languages. 18 languages when we started. Now they have got 27 languages or 20 languages, something like that. So where is the fear? We need to learn to live together. If they are expanding their competition, so we also need to develop. Why should we? I see it very positively. I see that this is good. So whatever things are happening, that networking and lobby and all these things, there is a chance that should go away and a fair competition will come. Number one. Number two, if they are coming, then there has to be a set of rules. them the royalty? Artificial intelligence, if they are setting up, who is going to pay them the royalty? Who is going to do what? I mean, all those things, this is the worst area, but prima facie I look at positive.
What about the copyrights?
Yes, what about the copyright? Absolutely, what about the copyright? So I look at it very positively, it's a healthy competition. But in everything, whether it is science or it is arts, there is an element of imagination. Science has created zero, but it is the philosophy who has created infinity. So in the entire existence, both zero and infinity, without that, the existence is nothing. I mean, all our calculations are here. And in both art and science, we need imagination. Now, we are yet to know or yet to understand whether artificial AI can really have that imagination. As of future, we don't know.
Okay. Now taking the debate to another question. And that question is, the question what Yuval Noah Harari is, he's bringing it again and again, that artificial intelligence is going to kill the human history. And when he is talking about human history, the human control of history. So history will no more be written by the human being. It will be generated by the artificial intelligence. So what will be the result of that? What will be the outcome of that? And number two, is it going to bring a bigger disaster, a bigger problem for democracy? It is going to be used by people of authority, people who are having strongest capital. Who is going to control it? States are yet to know what it is and how they are going to control it. So in an evolving stage, how is it going to pose a bigger challenge to democracy? Or is it going to eliminate human history? So next, again to Sampal, how you see that? Is it good for democracy or is it going to be a threat, be a problem for democracy?
Kedar sir, I think none of us can predict the future, but what we can control right now is our own attitude to the problem, if it is a problem in the first place.
But Sampal, just want to add that, artificial intelligence is all about the oracle. That, you just ask a question and it has the ready-made answer. It's going to answer you immediately.
So, I think, so if we think of it as in terms of a battle, let's say, the first shots have been fired by artificial intelligence. I have enough faith on humanity, and I know that we will fire better shots in return. Now, some of your panelists spoke a little bit optimistically also about artificial intelligence, and I would predict the theme that they were getting at is, maybe we can coexist. I say, why should we coexist? Let us declare war. It is a war that human beings will win. And I'll give you a concrete example of what I'm talking about. The last novel I happened to read was by this celebrated author, Hansda Somendra Shekhar, who has written Why the Adivasi Will Not Dance. I happened to read another novella by him, My Father's Garden. I describe a particular scene which he has referred to, where a government doctor has been immediately asked to report to the site of a demolition of slums in a weaver's colony. Because they expected that there will be resistance, there might be casualties, so a doctor was put on standby. So the doctor goes, and he sees that concrete houses are coming down and the huts and everything, and the atmosphere is charged. There is the police, there is a mob cheering at everybody, there are the people whose houses are being raided. And in this tense atmosphere, he hears two slogans, Jai Shri Ram and Bajrang Bali. And because most of us are primed to read these slogans as war cries, he also thinks that, so who is this indecent person who is converting this entire scene into, reducing this scene to war slogans? But then he realizes that these are not slogans first of all, These are chants being made by the people whose houses are being razed. So, for them, it is not a war cry. For them, it is words of comfort. But for most people like you and I, who have been primed to read Jai Shri Ram or Bajrang Bali as a war cry, the entire scenario that he set up shook me up completely. And therein lies the brilliance of a rooted novelist who can see the other point of view. I challenge Bill Gates, Sam Altman, whoever the billionaire there is in charge, to write a program that can bring such nuance into writing. It is my firm faith that humans will always produce better literature.
That's a very, very optimistic and it's a very calm belief, and I appreciate that actually. So Ashwini, how you take it? Can it be possible to survive democracy? Can we really protect democracy? I am asking the social scientist, not asking the poor.
I'm remembering Jayanta Babu, when he was critiqued that he was not writing in Odia enough. He was a great English poet. Then Jayanta wrote a long poem, Kedar knows when he read out, Jayanta Kuchu Nahi Jani. So Jayanta really looked at, the idea, Derridean idea of possibility of impossibility. So I'm there, so Ashwini Kuchu Nahi Jani, how this will happen, and whether or not it will exactly happen. I'm coming back, again on the fundamental philosophical premise I began with. That sooner or later the humans need to shed their obsession, compulsive obsession with speciesism, their own species. And this we have been, reading from Peter Singer for a long time. Peter Singer has been cautioning, writing about, humans' obsession with their own species. Much of what I learned from Ashish Dada over 40 years is, the war, the massacre, my own work dealt with massacre. This whole speciesism, even Hutsu Tutsi, they never killed each other. They used hatchet to kill each other. So let me remind friends, what the scenario looks like to me in terms of, the larger context of the artificial intelligence, implication for, democracy and freedom too. In fact, if you look at, this is a 2005 book, and this is done by Italian, his name is Hugo Garis. Hugo Garis' book is titled The Artilect War, Cosmist versus Terrans. The Terrans are like us, and I'm visualizing through regenerative artificial intelligence that the cosmists are in favor of building, more intelligent machine-like creatures, fully dominant, fully powerful. And the Terrans, we the Homo sapiens, are opposed to that. The whole book talks about, this war, and this book is about 2005, much before Microsoft started, generative artificial intelligence project. Now, I tell you, in California, when I drove, Tesla, and my friend who's working in the advanced area of Tesla, I started talking to the car. Something 40 years ago when I met Ashish Da, and Ashish Da was smoking, pipe. First time I saw someone, the room was, Ashish Da would remember, his room was full of, not a smoke cloud. I asked him, did I walk into the cloud? So he asked me, what do you smoke? I said, I smoke Charminar cigarette. And then he took me out and told me that you have a poetic mind. Similarly, when I started talking to the Tesla machine, that when I'm going to go to my house, and we just started, Mr. Kumar, we will reach in 5 minutes. And then again I started talking, my place, my birthplace. After a couple of such, my, quirky, I learned from this art from Ashish Da. Then the machine tells me, Mr. Kumar, seems like you are a poet. So this is where I'm going. Since you talk a lot, you are a poet. So I'm comparing two, one conversation with Ashish Da sitting here, the genius, the human, and the other the machine. So here I am. The world, the future that I envisage, and I don't know, because I'm trained, my guru is sitting here, with whom I wrote my first piece, and we are train Freud like, little pessimist, but also optimist pessimist. But I don't know what exactly how to, say and relate to that. That the tail inverse says, that the cosmist, as Garcia predicts, will not take place. Because Harari, in the recent book, predicts that the world is not, like tabula rasa will remain. The wars, the massacres, the machine overlords, Kedar, the larger challenge not the literature will face, or the poets will face. The larger challenge all of us will face when the cosmists and the tyrants will start fighting like Hutu and Tutsi. I leave you with that scenario. Thank you.
Okay, that's another scary story. Yes, Pragya.
Sorry, I'm living with a very bleak picture, but these machine lords will remind you about the partition horror. So let me tell you, the partition's horror, and I don't know if I'm using the term correctly, the mimetic memory. If you go to the tribal village, they do have an idea of artificial intelligence because they live with multiple creatures, the monster-like creatures, their memories. So similarly, machines are also developing those mimetic memories. The fight between terrorists and the cosmists.
Yeah, now it's up to you. That I have a very pointed question to you. Suppose Mr. Tiwari, Atul Tiwari is sitting there. He is a renowned actor and you are a filmmaker. Suppose he is walking in your film and one day he did not give you date, he could not talk. So you are going to make a Atul Tiwari on your machine, artificial intelligence can create an alternative of Atul Tiwari. Can you replace actors? Can you replace musicians? No, now artificial intelligence is the bigger challenge to music. It can create music at any point of time and there is absolutely no problem of copyrights. How you are going to react to that?
Yeah. It's a very, this is very fascinating and frightening both. Because it's like addressing unknown. Nobody can say anything concrete, but these are hypothetical. It's my feeling that you say when you artificially create. Definitely, if I have a film and it runs in crores and Shahrukh Khan and Tiwari ji Jodi aaye, and then you can create and do that. Definitely, you will like to do that. That's a different thing altogether, very personal, very commercial, because the whole world runs on trade and commerce. So when money matters, so that's a different thing altogether. But fundamentally addressing the question is that how scary is this artificial intelligence? It's like when they will replace people. This is so definite that definitely certain amount of people will be replaced by artificial intelligence. That's for sure. And now also Alexa and Siri, and now Mr. Siri said that Tesla, the self-driven car and all that we are doing already. It's there. They are with us and they are replacing. So that will be there. But the main thing, the thing what you have said, that democracy will be challenged and human history will be challenged. And yes, I also have a question, because you see, it's like a nuclear bomb. Nuclear energy has been misused, we know. Human has done that. So it has many positive things, but if there won't be any regulation, then how will we function? Because it has its adverse things. You have a robot and go and they kill. You have war and there are all machine soldiers and they go and kill. So all these things. So we need to have, definitely it's a threat with all its positive, optimistic things. So there should be regulation. That is what is much more needed, like nuclear energy has regulation. So regulation should be there, otherwise AI will be definitely a threat. And definitely threat to everything, the human existence.
That's the bigger problem. Artificial intelligence is the only tool which comes to public domain without any regulation. And when you are thinking of regulation, so in 11 days. So Prabal, I have a different question for you. Is it going to affect the human mind? Are we going to be lazier? Are we going to be less thoughtful? Are we going to be threatened as a thinking race? What's your take?
Yeah, I will answer to you, but before that, you made two comments I would just like to respond to. One is that, the history history of human race they might take. Human history. The thing is that, the history has been written by the people who are in power. So, if they become more powerful, so they will create a history, and human history will become a subaltern history, because we have a subaltern history now also. This is number one. Number two, we are talking about democracy, whether it will affect democracy or not. Now, what do you mean by democracy? We have a democracy in India, we have a democracy in US, but both the democracies are not the same. So they will also bring a democracy, and they will call it a democracy, and we don't know what shape they will give. So I don't think that human history or democracy in that way will be affected, because they will create a democracy. They will create a democracy and say this is a democracy. We don't know, like we have a democracy today here in India. Now, your specific question was,
will you be less thoughtful?
Yes. It is a question of looking at a
more lazy.
Yeah. It is a question of looking at a half glass water, whether it is half full or half empty. It's the same thing, because the machine is doing that, so I don't need to write. This is one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is the machine is doing that, so I have to do more. I have to be more productive. I have to create better than the machine what they will do. So it is how one is looking at the thing, how they are responding to the machine. But as Atul was saying, that there will be there has to be a regulation. Human race, for their own survival, will definitely bring a regulation. Now the question still remains whether they will be able to regulate this artificial intelligence, or they will overpower human race. So if they overpower human race, then all these issues are coming, and none of the issues will be conclusive. I personally feel that let there be competition, let there be healthy competition, and let's see who wins, and that will probably make the human race more proactive than being lazy or being thin.
Okay. Now, to conclude this session, I remember a story which is told by my father in my childhood. My father is a fan of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, and he always talked stories about Netaji. And one story is how he met Hitler for the first time. So when he entered the room of Hitler, he found at least a dozen of Hitler doing the same thing. So how could he spot the real Hitler in the room? So my father said that he spotted the real Hitler by identifying sweat on his nostril. So it was not the time of artificial intelligence or deep fake. So these stories are always there, so in human imagination, it is always there to do something extraordinary, to do something, to imagine something beyond the scope of reality. So that is one. And the other one is who is going to own and control the tools of artificial intelligence. The few names that we have already heard, that whether it's Nadella or blah blah blah, all these names, and how they are going to use it. Because we have seen social media being used to establish authoritarian power. Social media is the biggest medium to ascertain, to concretize the power of dictators. And many campaigns, many things that is happening around the world is generation of social media nowadays. And adding to that, artificial intelligence, how it is going to work, how it is going to create the political opinion in our minds. That's a bigger question in my mind. And thank you very much, all of you. I think we can take few questions, 3-4 questions. Not 3-4, I think 2-3 questions. Please, sir. Yeah, Atulji. Can somebody give a mic to Atulji?
Thank you, Mr. Vishal. I was thinking you are not going to take any questions or any comments. Number one, thank you and congratulations. For me, this has been the most exciting session since the morning.
Thank you.
The thing is, Mr. Einstein said that two things are infinite, which the word comes from a philosopher, as Mr. Basu said. That is the space out there in human intelligence, and then he said, but I'm not so sure about the space. So I'm not afraid of the artificial intelligence as much as I'm about human stupidity. Because we have been the Homo sapien, and again because Mr. Harari has been quoted many times, so we know that Homo sapiens are the intelligent Janwar. But this intelligent Janwar, this very informed Janwar, has a very bad habit of outsourcing everything. बहुत प्रॉब्लम थी, कभी बाढ़ आ रही, कभी बारिश आ रही, कभी बिजली आ रही है, तो हमने भगवान को इन्वेंट किया आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के लिए, उसको सौंप दिया, अब तुम ठीक करो, हम तुमको 2 रुपए दे देते हैं, अब वो ठीक करने में लगा। भगवान क्या ठीक किया है कि ज़्यादा बिगाड़ा है, ज़्यादा लोग मरे हैं भगवान की वजह से, या ज़्यादा बच्चे जी गए हैं इसी बीमारी से, कोरोना से ही है, आपको भी पता है, मुझे पता है। तो ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस और कभी विजडम में तब्दील नहीं होती। सॉरी मैं हिंदी बोल रहा हूँ तो बोल रहा हूँ, बट इट हार्डली वन हैज सीन दैट इट डजंट कन्वर्ट इनटू विजडम, ऑल द इंफॉर्मेशन, ऑल द नॉलेज ऑफ द ह्यूमन बीइंग्स. What we have done to our nature, our environment, is that we have brought ourselves to a kind of an end. Now there is one more thing which we are outsourcing with the human intelligence. Now ultimately when we outsource it to human intelligence, what we will do, I don't know, I would like to know if anyone of you can predict future, which as Madam has been saying that it's very difficult to predict future. I would like to end with, if you allow me, a small story. There was a little village, very poor village in UP. But what happens is that if there are some Muslims in the village and there is some money which they get, then they make a little mosque, which is only a kind of a wall with a direction of the Makkah to it. And they appointed a Maulana there to do the namaz and the call for the namaz. He was a blind man. The Maulana was blind, they made a hut for him. And people used to come to Maulana often that, Maulana, what's the date today? The Islamic calendar is even more difficult because 29 days and then the month changes, and that's why Eid is in summer and then Eid is in winter, etc., etc. So Maulana was blind and there were no calendars. So he had a little ghada and he had a goat. So the pebbles that the goat produces, he used to every day put one pebble into the thing. Then if somebody came to ask him what is the date today, Maulana, so he'll count the pebbles and he'll say today is the 13th tarikh. Then he'll put the pebbles back and next day one more pebble. When there are 29 pebbles, then he'll change the ghada. Now this was the month of Ramzan, which is very good because the Eid is supposed to come. So, and the goat got loose and somehow came close to the ghada and relieved itself near the ghada. This was like a computer with which you could count, or an abacus which you could count for him. So then a man came and said, Maulana Sahab, how far to the Eid now? How many days more of Roza now? Is it 4 days, it is 5 days, it is 6 days? You have to tell us that when is the Eid. You have to announce it in the masjid. So he said, I'll just tell you in a minute. And then He kept counting and counting and counting and counting. He said, "Mona साहब, ईद कब है?" "बेटा अभी रुक जाओ, अभी तो आधे गिने." So he said, "Mona साहब, please tell me ईद कब है?" And he kept on counting the pebbles from the gada. And then said, "बेटा, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा ईद कब है, क्योंकि अभी तो आधा ही घड़ा खाली हुआ है और 288 तो अभी दिन हो चुके हैं, तो पता नहीं कितने दिन बाद ईद होगी." कुछ काउंट करके जना गिनना मुश्किल है, फिर उसको 30 से 29 से घटाना पड़ेगा. तो sometimes we may get into these kind of traps as human beings. If we are not sure about that after 29 something is wrong. So I am more worried about the human stupidity than the artificial intelligence. Please, if you could elaborate on this and take my anxiety away, I'll be very grateful to you.
I think your anxiety is more genuine. I think there is no need of clarification or adding to it. That is a very, very genuine anxiety, and we share that anxiety. So I think only one more question because we are running a sort of time.
Thank you very much. I fully agree with the panelists. I'll just narrate one anecdote. Last March, there at Baripada, there was this national conference on John Mahapatra. John Mahapatra himself was there for 3 days. I was the academic convener. And to that seminar, one physics professor came with a poem and handed it over to me. "Sir, read this poem." That poem was titled Baripada because the seminar was held at Baripada. And he told me that I asked ChatGPT to write a poem on Baripada. Please write a poem by John Mahapatra on Baripada. And he got the poem and printed it and handed it over to me. I read it and I was amazed. You know, if you would not have told me, perhaps I would have thought that perhaps John Mahapatra wrote that. Now the point is, you know, if some mischievous persons will be, you know, writing or asking ChatGPT to write poems by Kedar Mishra or Ashwini Babu or anyone, and will come out with an anthology, human memory is very short. Perhaps you will be questioning yourself whether you are reading those poems or not. So, stupidity is also there in the case of human beings who will be handing it over to ChatGPT to write things. You know, some months ago, Hollywood screenplay writers were on strike because ChatGPT was writing the screenplays for them. So that threat is always there, in spite of all the optimisms which we have displayed here. So that is just a set of observation.
Thank you, Dr. Kalidas Mishra. Kalidas Mishra is a renowned English professor and also a poet. So coming to the conclusion, let me say 2-3 things actually. एक टिप्पणी ओके पर थोड़ा सा सर प्लीज. जी कहिए.
AI हो सकता है अतुल तिवारी जी का 3D होलोग्राम लिया है, लेकिन इनके अनुभवों के, इनकी स्मृतियों के जो नुआंसेस या इनमें लाते हैं वो AI नहीं लाता.
एक और टिप्पणी मैं अभी जैसा मैंने कहा कि अश्विनी क्या नाम है उनका मिनिस्टर साहब हमारे जो हैं AI के मिनिस्टर नहीं सर आप नहीं अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने कल ही कहा है टेलीविजन में कि within 11 days the regulations for the use of the AI and deep fakes will come to the parliament or maybe whichever vote they take. They are going to bring it within 11 days. And suddenly we have seen the Prime Minister has also suddenly become very proactive about deep fakes. So I don't know what is the film that the cabinet has seen after which they are suddenly thinking of blaming it on the deep fake.
Okay, that's a very hilarious point, but it's a very pertinent point. So coming to the end, thank you very much, Ashwini, Prabanda, Yadragyapa, Sampath Babu, for being a wonderful panelist, and I'm really very happy to see that this panel is very engaging. You know, it's very democratic. We agreed, we disagreed, but we put forth our point with a very open heart. And thank you very much for being a small but brilliant audience. Thank you.
Thank you, esteemed panelists, for such an informative and engaging session on a very pertinent topic of these times. I take this opportunity to inform everybody once again that technical session number 5, which was supposed to be a conversation between Sri Kedana and Sri Anand Mahapatra, we are unfortunately not being able to conduct it because of some emergency. Sri Anand Mahapatra will not be able to attend the session. Which brings us to the 6th session of the evening, which is a multilingual poetry reading session. I request the audience to settle down for the same. Thank you. We'll take a short while to prepare for the next session. I request all the esteemed guests to proceed for high tea in the meanwhile. Thank you. wish everyone a good evening once again. And it's time for us to start the multilingual poetry reading session 1, which is also the 6th technical session for the day. The session will be chaired by Shri Prabodh Parekh, and the readings will be by Shri Leeladhar Mandloi, Srimati Vanita ma'am, Srimati Mamta Das ma'am, Shri Amarendra Khatua sir, Shri Mukul Kumar sir, Barsha Rai ma'am, Shri Rajendra Kishore Panda sir, and Gurdeep Kaur ma'am. I request all the panelists and poets of the evening and for the session to please come up on the stage. I request the volunteers to accompany our guests. As our guests are settling, I'll take this opportunity to briefly introduce all of them to you. The session will be chaired by Shri Prabodh Parekh, who is a noted Gujarati poet and fiction writer, visual artist and documentary filmmaker. He has taught philosophy at Mirabai College, Mumbai, and is retired as the head of the Department of Philosophy from there. He has to his credit fellowships at the University of Sorbonne, Paris, and also the Charles Wallace Fellowship. He is recipient of several state level awards. I welcome you, sir. The readings will be by our guests. Shri Leeladhar Mandloi is an eminent Hindi poet. His poems have been translated into a lot of languages, and he is a recipient of the Kabir Award, Pushkin Award, Raza Award, to name a few. Next we have Vanita ma'am, an eminent Punjabi writer and translator who has to her credit more than 40 publications in different genres like poetry, novels, criticism, travelogues, and short stories and children's literature. She is a recipient of the Sahitya Academy Award and Sahitya Academy Translation Prize, Bhasha Bharati Samman, to name a few. Today, it's our privilege that she is accompanied by her friend Gurdeep Kaur ma'am, who is also taking keen interest in the session and will be probably reading something for us. We have Srimati Mamta Das madam with us. Ma'am is an accomplished Odia poet, writer and translator, and has been recognized for her literary contributions with the prestigious Odisha Sahitya Academy Award. She began her poetic journey at an early age, and her notable works include poetry collections like Noemi Saranya and Ekatra Chandra Sochya. Beside her Odia work, she has also authored in English and exemplified by pieces like A Moment Beyond Time, and her significant recognitions include awards from various literary foundations and the esteemed Odisha Sahitya Academy, affirming her profound impact on literature. We also have with us Shri Amarendra Khatua sir, who is an esteemed Indian civil servant from the IFS cadre with a career spanning across several decades. He has held key diplomatic positions, including serving as the High Commissioner of India to Argentina and Ivory Coast. He has contributed significantly to cultural diplomacy as the former Director General of the Indian Council for Cultural Relations, and has played a pivotal role as a special envoy in brokering peace between South Sudan and Sudan. He has pursued his education in Kirori Mal College, and beyond all of his diplomatic endeavors, he is a recognized and a prominent poet in his native language, Odia. I'll move to Shri Mukul Kumar, who is a bureaucrat, novelist, and poet. He's working in the Ministry of Railways currently, and his published works include novels like As Boys Become Men and Seduction by Truth. He has been honored with the National Award for Outstanding Service to the Indian Railways, the Bharat Nirman Award for Literary Excellence, and Purvanchal Gaurav Samman for his contributions to society as a bureaucrat and writer. We also have with us Madam Barsha Rai. She grew up in Odisha and was born in New Delhi. She is currently living in the UK, and she started writing poetry when she was in her prime been actively writing and she has revived her writing with an MA in creative writing from the University of Leeds. She started a novel on the MA which was shortlisted in the Asian Writer First Novel Competition. Her poem was filmed and telecast even for the Yorkshire Arts Festival during the 2014 Tour de France. She is read at the Lee Literature Festival and published in Posts magazine, and she has written, produced and acted in a play for the University of Leeds Festival. She has also acted in a political play produced by award-winning theatre company Commonwealth that generated a video letter to the European Commissioner EU. We have with us Sri Rajendra Kishore Panda. Sir, we got the information a little later. We are happy that you joined us. He is an Indian Oriya language poet and novelist, and he has published a whopping 16 poetry collections and has been awarded the Gangadhar National Award in 2010 and the Sahitya Academy Award in 1985, and has received the Kuvenku Rashtriya Puraskar for 2020. And I would like to welcome Gurdeep Kaur upon the stage if you are willing to participate with us. Thank you so much, ma'am, for gracing the occasion. I welcome everyone once again and request Sri Prabodh Parekh sir to begin with the moderation of the session.
When you are chairing a session, there is always a desire to read up about every one of the poets and kind of equip yourself. But I haven't done that, and I'm glad I haven't done that, because we want to hear the voices of the poets that we have on the stage. Very brief, 1-minute comment, and then we start. This is a short poem written by Dilip Chitre, first in Marathi and then in English translation. I am here to see what others do not, to hear what others cannot, to touch what anyone can but no one cares to feel, to taste what perishes, to smell the withering event of life, and to preserve it all, and to even go on adding tender wrinkles inside a stone head. It is luminous as a manuscript, and opaque as the source of speech. It is obscure as the curse I carry, and clear as the blessing I bear. So we are going to be listening to 7 voices, 7 languages. Well, 5 languages, but maybe 28 languages, because there is what is called a meta language of every poem that we listen to. As obscure as the curse that we all carry, and as clear as the blessing I bear. Thank you. We'll start with the order that we have. We have 6 minutes each. Sorry, 6 minutes, writing 1 poem in your language and in translation.
मित्रों 6:02 मेरी घड़ी में, तो मुझे 6:08 तक पढ़ना है। मैंने अपनी सारी कविताओं को संक्षिप्त काया में तब्दील कर दिया है। पहले कविता के बारे में एक कविता जल में निमग्न अग्नि है। दूसरी कविता, हंसती हो एक आंख तो रोती हो दूसरी, हंसती हो एक आंख तो रोती हो दूसरी, हो कोई ऐसा कलाकार तो मिलाओ हमें यार। जो गांव में रह जाते हैं। माँ बाप फलदार वृक्ष होते हैं जो गांव में रह जाते हैं, उनके फल शहर में आते हैं और दूर देश चले जाते हैं। आज युद्ध को लेकर कविता है। आज कोई मिसाइल नहीं छूटी, आज कोई बम नहीं फूटा, आज कोई चीखो पुकार नहीं है। आज हमारा गांव शांति में है। आओ आओ आज जी भर के प्यार कर लें, क्या पता कल ये रात नसीब हो कि ना हो। मीर साहब एक शब्द इस्तेमाल करते थे, टुक। टुक का अर्थ होता है थोड़ा, जरा सा। टुक इस दुनिया में, टुक जिंदगी है। टुक इस दुनिया में, टुक जिंदगी है। टुक प्यार कर लो, टुक प्यार कर लो। टुक तुम हो, टुक हम हैं। जिनका सिरहाना ताउम्र पत्थर रहा हो, उन्हें तकिए पर नींद नहीं आती। जिनका सिरहाना ताउम्र पत्थर रहा हो, उन्हें तकिए पर नींद नहीं आती। पत्थर की कोमलता हर कोई नहीं जानता। पत्थर की कोमलता हर कोई नहीं जानता। बचाना हो ये जलती हुई दुनिया, बचाना हो ये जलती हुई दुनिया। बताओ बताओ मोहब्बत के अलावा कोई और चारा क्या है। अंतिम कविता। त्वचा के भीतर आदिम धुन या आत्मा पर प्राचीन गुदने की तरह बचा हुआ मैं प्रेम। त्वचा के भीतर आदिम धुन या आत्मा पर प्राचीन गुदने की तरह बचा हुआ मैं प्रेम हूं। मुआफ करें, मुझे हटाने का कोई तरीका आज तक ईजाद नहीं हुआ है।
Good evening, everybody. पहले मैं पंजाबी की राइटर हूँ, पोएट हूँ। एक देहाती हूँ पंजाबी जबान का, उसी कविता का फिर मैं हिंदी में पढ़ूँगी। आदमी। पहाड़ी सड़क ते आदमी घोड़े ते सवार है। घोड़ा खड्ड वल चलता है, दौड़ता है। आदमी घोड़े ते सवार आस विच है, पर डरता है। हर पल खड्ड विच डिगन दे भै नाल आदमी डरता है, पर फिर भी चोटी ते चढ़न दी कोशिश विच घोड़े ते सवार है आदमी। खड्ड खड्ड कोल ऊपर जान दा सुपना है। अश्विनी जी, खड्ड कोल ऊपर जान दा सुपना है। चोटी कोल इरादा है आकाश नूं मिलन दा। आदमी कोल कामना है चोटी दी, पर आदमी घोड़े ते सवार है। शुक्रिया। नाउ इन हिंदी। पहाड़ी सड़क पर आदमी घोड़े पर सवार है। घोड़ा खाई की ओर चलता है, दौड़ता है। आदमी घोड़े पर सवार आशा में है, पर डरता है हर पल खाई में गिरने के भय से। परंतु फिर भी चोटी पर चढ़ने के यत्न में घोड़े पर सवार है आदमी, खाई के पास ऊपर जाने का सपना है, चोटी के पास इरादा है आकाश से मिलने का, आदमी के पास कामना चोटी की है, परंतु आदमी घोड़े पर सवार है। And another poem is about war. कविता का सेशन चल रहा है और कविता के बारे में गंभीर होकर मैं ये कह रही हूँ कि poetry does nothing in war. Poetry does nothing in war. It only observes, listens and thinks, feels very strongly about the destruction caused by the lethal weapons. But the weapons are not dangerous. Though they cause destruction, the weapons are mere metal, chemical, atoms, and much more like this. More dangerous than weapons in war is the thinking in the mind, destruction in the eye, celebration of victory. The thought process runs the crusade of destruction, the taste of defeating. In such times, poetry remains helpless, picks up and keeps on its palm the minced remains of its trampled flowers before the gun, before the powder, before the rowdyism. Poetry does nothing in war. Thank you so much.
I'll read one poem, original Odia, a Gotier Attilo Kavita, translated by the renowned world-famous, world-level literary poet Jayant Mahapatra, whom the world lost recently. This poem is translated by him. A poem of one night. What happens on a night like this? Over the wall clock, a smooth, flattened gecko keeps swallowing restless time. A plaintive melody of darkness sails around for a while before being swept away by the gusty wind. With moist eyes, I stare at a dark absence on my mobile screen. On a night like this, a pistol walks near me. On a night like this, a pistol walks near me and I fear a bullet might pierce my back or my breast or my forehead. I apprehend the bullet would carry with it the smell of your blood. I apprehend. This is not a lie as well, that we flung our hands and held together since long. Truth and lies, our intermingling chaos. What is this life? Tell me. What is this life? What is this deceitful world where reality breaks open at the touch of a hand? Plane after plane, chapter after chapter are shaken, fall, plateau and pine. Outside of both lies and truth, outside of both lies and truth, these gestures, what they do exactly mean? On a night like this, with a gecko over the clock, a plaintive melody of the dark, the colors of sense on the mobile screen, I write a poem. I write a poem in an ineffective language, such as this. I fear a night like this would configure this very poem, and suddenly it would snatch away this from my hand. Suddenly it will snatch away this from my hand. Thank you.
My poem will be in English, original. I insolently rejected the poem. I insolently rejected the advice of Nicanor Parra, the condition that you have to improve the black page. Not rejected actually. I could not improve the black page. My poem is a very small poem, a few lines. I'll read twice, but I expect that no one should talk with each other. The poem is named The Blank Page. An absolute freedom exists on the blank page. So let's use it, said John Updike. Use, try to improve it, ever failure. Blankness is all, period. Again, the blank page, an absolute freedom exists on the blank page. So let's use it, said John Updike. Use, try to improve it, ever failure. Blankness is all, period.
Amarendra Katua. I write and publish in English, Hindi, Odia and Spanish. But today I will read a Odia poem, Bhugola. ମାନଚିତ୍ର ଅଙ୍କିବାର ସମୟ ନଥାଏ, ପ୍ରତି ଇଞ୍ଚରେ ସ୍ମୃତିର ଗାଁ ଗଣ୍ଡା, ପ୍ରତି ରେଖାରେ ଜୀବନଯାତ୍ରାର ଆଞ୍ଚଳିକତା। ଥରେ ଅଙ୍କିଲେ ସେହି ମାନଚିତ୍ରର ପୂର୍ବ, ପଶ୍ଚିମ, ଉତ୍ତର, ଦକ୍ଷିଣ ହିଁ ଶିଖାନ୍ତି ଜୀବନଯାପନର ଦିଗବାରିଣୀ ଖୁଣ୍ଟି ସ୍ଥାପନାର ମନ୍ତ୍ର। ତାପରେ ଏପାଖ ସେପାଖ ନଥାଏ ସ୍ଥିତିର, ପାରିବାରିକ ଜଞ୍ଜାଳର ଓ ମଣିଷ ହେବାର ଅସାମାନ୍ୟ ଲୋଭର। ଆମେ ସମସ୍ତେ ଏମିତି ଆରମ୍ଭ କରୁ, ମା ଗର୍ଭର 9 ମାସର ଆଲୋକିତ ପୃଥିବୀରେ ନିଜର ଆଣ୍ଠୁଆ ଗୋପାଳର ଇତିହାସ। ପ୍ରତି ଶୂନ୍ୟ ପୃଷ୍ଠାକୁ ଯତ୍ନରେ ଭରୁ, ତାରକା ଚିହ୍ନିତ ପ୍ରାପ୍ତିଙ୍କ ଚିଠାରେ। ଭାଷାକୁ ଶାଣିତ ଓ ଜଟିଳ କରୁ, ଅନ୍ୟମାନଙ୍କ ସାମ୍ନାରେ ନିଜର ଛାଇକୁ ନିଜଠାରୁ ଆହୁରି ପ୍ରକାଣ୍ଡ କରି କିଛି ସମୟ ପାଇଁ ନିଜକୁ ବ୍ୟସ୍ତ ଓ ମୁଗ୍ଧ କରିପାରେ। ଗାଁ ମୁଣ୍ଡର ଠାକୁର ଘର ସେମିତି ଥାଏ। ପ୍ରତିଥର ପରିଚିତ ଠିକଣାକୁ ଫେରିଲେ ସେମିତି ଜନ୍ମ ମୃତ୍ୟୁର ପଞ୍ଜିକା ପଡ଼ୁଥାଏ ନିଜର ଗଲା ଦିନ। ନାଁ ସହ ଯୋଡ଼ି ଦେଇଥିବା ସବୁ ଡିଗ୍ରୀ, ପେଶା, ପୁରସ୍କାର, ପ୍ରମାଣପତ୍ରକୁ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ନେଇ ଉଡ଼ାଜାହାଜରେ ଚଢ଼ି ହୁଏ ନା, କାରଣ କେତେ ଓଜନ ନେଇ ହେବ ତାହା ଯାତ୍ରାର ବିବରଣୀରେ ଥାଏ। ସେଇମିତି ସୀମିତପଣ ଜୀବନରେ ବି ଥାଏ ଆମ ଭୁଲି ଯାଇଥିବାରେ। ସବୁ ବନ୍ଧୁତ୍ୱ ଏକାଠି ହଉ, ସୁଖ ଦୁଃଖର ବ୍ୟାପକ ଶବ୍ଦମୟ ବିନିମୟ ପରେ ପୁଣି ସାକ୍ଷାତ ହେବାର ପ୍ରତିଶ୍ରୁତିରେ ଦିନ କଟୁ। ଏହିସବୁ ଦିନଙ୍କ ଭୌଗୋଳିକ ସଂରକ୍ଷଣରେ କ'ଣ ନଥାଏ? ଥାଏ ମୃତ୍ୟୁର ଚୂଡ଼ାନ୍ତ ଆକ୍ଷରିକ, ଭଙ୍ଗା ସ୍ୱପ୍ନଙ୍କ ପରିକଥା, ପୁଅର ବିଦେଶ ଯାତ୍ରା ନିଷ୍ପତ୍ତି, ଠିକଣା ବଦଳାଇ ନିଜକୁ ଖୋଜୁଥିବାର ଜାତି ସ୍ମୃତି ଓ ଶୂନ୍ୟତାର ଦୂରତ୍ୱ ନିଜ ପାଇଁ। ତାପରେ ମାନଚିତ୍ରକୁ କୌତାଇ ଛାତି ପକେଟରେ ରଖି ପୁଣି ଜଗନ୍ନାଥିଆ ଭଜନର
Hello. Yes, now it is done. Hello, good evening, everyone. The first poem that I am going to recite is titled, I Spill the Missing Breast Milk. Before I recite, I would like to share a couple of points. It belongs to the latest poetry collection that came out last year, Rhythm of the Ruins. And it has been the most loved poem out of the collection, and hence the most discussed also. So here goes the poem. As I pass by a shanty in the Dharavi slum, as I pass by a shanty in the Dharavi slum, where I am to buy myself a leather jacket, an unconscious sight strikes me hard, plucking me from the enthusiasm, the excitement of an addition to my variegated wardrobe. A woman suckling her newborn, unmindful of the exposure, her femininity robbed of coyness by the classic arms of poverty. The child frantically sucked the breast that looked distastefully shriveled for the milk that was not there. The color of the milk that I spilled the same morning, the color of the milk that I spilled the same morning, the glass toppled by an unmindful hand engaged in an entertaining mobile, changes to blood red in the mind that is now a crab nebula. It is her blood that could not be mutated into milk for her breasts. The blood that could not be mutated into milk for her breast, the hallucination churns me, filling in the horrific pity on my belief in socialism and knowledge of welfare economics. So this was the first poem, and another poem is titled The Afternoon. Afternoon, it belongs to the second poetry collection of mine, that is Catharsis. Basically, it explores the theme of unfulfilled desires and aborted dreams and the consequent despondency. An afternoon is a symbol here to depict the state of eternal gloom. I still hot afternoon, phlegmatic, yawns melting in the eyes, an inadvertent slumber dulling the senses. A distant bark of a street dog piercing the silence. Heightening the stillness. The sun forces itself through the apertures and sits in the shape's myriad and precipitates a translucence, casting a haze on the vision. A canvas is transfigured out of the slumber, and a silhouette attempts to reach out to fit into the portrait thereon. Now this afternoon pervades throughout the day. It is stayed put cozily now in my slumberous mind. And the last poem that I will recite that I wrote recently, it basically brings out the contrast between, basically two contrasting emotions and fields of life and living. And it is resonant with the tone of absurdism, that philosophical school of absurdism, you must be aware. Many lives, many deaths. Many lives, many deaths, it is titled. Time is a dense cloud. Time is a dense cloud that can rain countless times. Time is a dense cloud that can rain countless times. The batters echoing the reality of earth, there is sounding reassurance. Time is a dense cloud that can instantly vanish at the mere touch of a gust. Time is a dense cloud that can instantly vanish at the mere touch of a gust. The sudden bursts of the unlived breaths, the wisp reflecting the illusion of a sky, the gnawing gloom. Between the countless and the cipher, there lie many lives, many days. Thank you.
ନମସ୍କାର ଏଠାରେ ଉପସ୍ଥିତ ସମସ୍ତ ଅନୁଭବୀ ସାହିତ୍ୟପ୍ରେମୀ ଓ ସମ୍ମାନାସ୍ପଦ ଶ୍ରୋତାଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ପ୍ରଣାମ ମୁଁ ଦୁଇଟି କବିତା ପଢ଼ିବି ଇଂଲିଶରେ ଗୋଟିଏ ଚଢ଼େଇ ଯେତେବେଳେ ନିଜ ବସା ଛାଡ଼ି ଅନ୍ୟ ଦେଶକୁ ଉଡ଼ିଯାଏ ସିଏ ଚିରଦିନ ପାଇଁ ଗୋଟିଏ ଅଦୃଶ୍ୟ ପିଞ୍ଜରାରେ ବନ୍ଦ ହେଲା ପରି ତା'ର ଭାବନା ସବୁବେଳେ ରହିଥାଏ ମୁଁ ଆଶା କରୁଛି ଏ ଦୁଇଟି କବିତାରୁ ଏହି ଭାବଟା ପ୍ରକାଶିତ ହେବ So these two poems, as I was just saying in Odia for those who are not Odia speakers, is about that sense of leaving your land for another. And the first one is more personal and specific, while the second is hopefully more general and encompasses everyone as a wider feeling. First one is seeing the lights of my birth home from the air. And in the dimmed cabin, as the craft descends for landing, it hits an air pocket. I feel horses galloping on the underside of the aluminium casing. Their drumming hoofbeats throb on the soles of my feet. Remind me of the tribe I left behind. Of running barefoot on hard-packed earth, dust shoes encasing my ankles. And on my upturned face, tiny hammers of monsoon rain, the squelch of mud between spread out toes. I almost expect the darkness will sprout the phosphorescent tail tips of fireflies, puncture it with shoots of light, just as the loam germinates a carpet after the first strike of Indra's thunderbolt. I close my eyes to sink into the memory and into village pools of floating water lilies. I see under my eyelids the flash of meteorites when the clouds cleared from night skies. Before I can reclaim more of my lost land, my stomach falls with the airplane's jettisoned height. My eyes turn to the porthole, mustard green embers of lights below speak a brain I trace under my fingertips. And the second one is more, as I say, encompasses a general feeling of loss. So it's called Sundarban. And this is also a loss for environment and our natural world, which is alarmingly depleting every moment. So Sundarban. There was a time I slept naked and rivers flowed through me, leaving silt in my mouth before meeting the sea. Salt licked my pores, kissed my tongue when it flicked, my veins and arteries, tributaries and distributaries. The roots of mangroves bunched my flesh in their fists, their tangle indistinguishable from our limbs, from the cross currents forming their own cat's cradle. Your body split into two banks, framing the riverbed where I slept. I lay in you, my spine curved to match yours, until I grew tired of the rain, of my hair in ribbons of kelp, of your slow spreading waters subsuming me. I rose into a spout, an elephant's trunk, spinning free my body into cloud water, up the wind shear to Himalaya. My feet stretched to ice caps, burned strong as a sun, scorched my toes, my throat parched from receding glaciers. Sight dimmed on the cool spots of a lone snow leopard. I did not heed the wolf howl of the north wind. Ears keened to the whispering bamboo I left behind. My eyes flaming for the blazing stripes of tiger. The memories reeled me into the nest of your body heat. Here I span now between flow tide and ebb tide at the estuary. Fine sediments accumulate slow. A depression pushes back the sludge, forms new islands. My limbs are the bridge planks mapping your breath. My breath, the morning mist you stretch awake to. You are as I left you, cosmic, timeless, unshakable. Thank you.
My very sincere thanks to the panel coordinator. मेरी कविता का शीर्षक है कौन बताए। सालों साल प्रवान चढ़ते रहे जहाँ सपने, खिलती रही खुशियाँ, छूटते रहे जहाँ हंसी के फवारे और मिटती रही रुसवाइयाँ। सालों साल जहाँ से रोजी रोटी के लिए कदम कदम मिलकर निकलते, शाम ढलते थक टूट कर लौटते रहे। सालों के साल घर की दीवारें, कमरे, फर्श और छतें रखे चमकते रोशनाते। यूं ही चलता सालों साल का सिलसिला, कब अपनी पटरी से फिसला कौन बताए। सपनों की शाखाओं से कब झड़ गए हंसी के फव्वारे, कब झड़े बेबस कदम जो मिल मिलकर तो चले। बरसों की चमक दमक, मचलती धड़कती खुशियों की सुगंधियां, कब हुई धूल मिट्टी एवं गर्द के गुबार के हवाले कौन बताए। दीवारों की रौनक से रही बरसों की वाकिफ तस्वीरें, भूली कब अपनी खूंटियां, कब बर्तनों को लगा रसोई घर ही बेगाना। गिरे व फर्श पर औंधे कौन बताए। रात रात भर जाग लिखी कहानियों, कविताओं, स्मृतियों के पन्ने, किताबों से कब तोड़ बैठे नाता अपना। जिल्दों से दूर हुए यह राज़े माजरा कौन बताए। तंगी झेलकर भरी किश्तें, बना महल नुमा घर, अब लगे हैं हर जगह जाले एवं वर्त के अंबार। खूंटियां छोड़ फर्श पर पड़े कुछ तस्वीरों के आकार, टूटने से बचे फ्रेम में से देखते हैं खामोश। कुछ चाहते हैं बोलना, पर क्या यह कौन बताए। सालों साल जोड़ पाई पाई खरीदी सभी वस्तुएं, धूल में सनी बिन सांसों की खामोश दास्तां। खामोशी के भीतर की उथल पुथल कौन बूझे कौन पहचाने। घर की सीढ़ियों से फर्श, फर्श से दीवारें और दीवारों से छत तक की कीमत केवल प्रॉपर्टी डीलर ही आंकते, परंतु सही कीमत कौन बताए। सालों साल तिनका तिनका जोड़ा, कितनी ख्वाहिशों का मुंह मोड़ा। घर बनाकर जो कहलाई घर की मालकिन, उसी की आंखों के सामने हो रहा घर का तिलिस्म टुकड़े टुकड़े। टुकड़ों की नियति वह मालकिन अपने घर को क्या बतलाए।
is a dedication. Medha Patkar. Medha Patkar is known as the enemy number 1 of Gujarat. And she happens to be friend number 1 for me. So here we are, a Gujarati poet of Medha Patkar. तुम्हारा दूसरा भी एक नाम है नदी। मुड़ जाती पगडंडियां, जगह जगह छाया देते वृक्ष, उसमें मिल जाती भेड़ बकरियों की टोलियां, और शाम के प्रकाश में उजला गया पलटी मार कर बैठे टीले। कल कल बहती नदी, शायद तुम ही हो। और तुम यानी कि ये सब तुम्हारे ही नाम है। वहां सुबह सुबह काम पर निकले किसान, वनवासी, अंग्रेजी या हिंदी न बोलने वाले मनुष्य, स्वजन। तुम्हारा एक और भी घर है। आधी रात को मुख्य सड़क से कच्चे रास्ते की ओर मुड़ जाती है एसटी बसों में, या रेल के दूसरे दर्जे के किसी डिब्बे के पटिए पर टिफिन में थाली पीठ, रूखी सूखी सब्जी और सोले का सिरहाना। स्वस्थता की तुम अनोखी छवि, सौम्य, निर्दोष, विद्रोही, समता की दहली पर खड़ी एक भाषा और वाणी, बोले जाने पर गीत और अन्यथा भीतर में चलती बातचीत। तुम्हारा एक और नाम होगा पक्षी, और वो भी हवा के साथ बह आता, घर आंगन में सुस्ता लेता, जैसे हमारे ही पंख, हम सब की साथी तुम, सखी। तुम्हारा दूसरा नाम है नदी।
for being such beautiful poets and messengers of love and peace on the stage. I would like to call upon Pallavita, who will take over the next session. And thank you everyone. Please stay put with us for the last session of the day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Moving towards the last session of the day. The topic is Multilingual Poetry Reading, Session 2, chaired by Mr. Saubhagya Kumar Mishra, Rajendra Kishore Bhatta, Anamika Madam, Prabal Kumar Basu, Manorama Vishwal Mahapatra, Vishnupada Shetty, Bhagwan Jayashi. I request all the guests to kindly come up on the dais and take their distinguished chairs. I request the volunteers to kindly escort the dais to the distinguished chairs.
This was in his 90s. Yeah, that's right. 90s.
I would like to request the volunteers to kindly escort the guests to their distinguished chairs. Mr. Subhagya Kumar Mishra, Anamika Madam, Prabal Kumar Basu, Manorama Vishwal Mahapatra, Vishnu Pada Shetty, Bhagwan Jaishi. Ladies and gentlemen, we have amongst us Mr. Subhagya Kumar Mishra, who has made significant contribution to the Odia literature, awarded the prestigious Sahitya Akademi Award for his poetry collection, Dua Suparna. Moving forward, we have amongst us Anamika Madam. She is a distinguished Hindi poet, novelist, translator. Her notable poetry include Anush Tu, Durdhar, Uddar Satelia, and many more. Being an eminent poet, she has received the Rashtra Bhasha Parishad Award, Sahitya Akademi Award, Senior Fellowship in the Ministry of Culture, Bharat Bhushan Award. Moving forward, we have amongst us Mr. Prabal Kumar Basu, who has volumes of poetry collection, works drama, 5 collections of essays, and short stories. He has been excellent in the foundation of literature and culture. He has the recipient of Gauri Shankar Bhattacharjee Memorial Award, and sir, we cannot forget your poetry collection, Jamon Kore H. Akash. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we have amongst us Dr. Manorama Vishwal Mahapatra, who is the recipient of Sahitya Akademi Award for her contributions in the poetry. Some of her great work include Bhavanara Bhaskarja, Swati Lagna, Sabdara Pratima. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we have amongst us Mr. Bhagwan Jaishi, a celebrated Odia poet and a critic of eminence who writes in both the languages, Odia, English, with equal ease and flourish. He has published 7 volumes of poetry and 5 volumes of poetry in English translation. To proceed forward, I would like to address Mr. Subhagya Kumar Mishra, the Chief Moderator. Up to you, sir.
Congratulations, Vicky. Finally, आपको वो मिल गया जो आपने हमेशा चाहा। I'm sure जब आपने शो का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन किया होगा, उस दिन से आप वेट कर रहे होंगे कि कब ये टॉपिक उठेगा, ये घर चलाने वाले फाइनल अथॉरिटी कौन है। तो ये आपका सपना साकार हो चुका है। मुबारक, सब तालियां बजाओ विकी जी के लिए। ये कौन है पैटर्न मास्टरमाइंड, विकी या मुनावर? आप अंकिता के हस्बैंड कहलाने से प्रमोट हो चुके हो, तो आप बन गए मास्टरमाइंड। मुनावर, स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन से उठकर उस लेवल पर आप पहुंचे हो कि हर लोग रिस्पेक्ट से स्टैंड अप करें और बोले कि मास्टरमाइंड के नीचे सेकंड पोजीशन में आए हैं मुनावर। सो बेसिकली सब मुनावर और विकी की कठपुतलियां बन चुकी हैं। डंके की चोट पर यहाँ पर खेल रहा है। ये दोनों सिर्फ प्लॉटिंग प्लानिंग नहीं करते, ये भी तय करते हैं कि कौन इम्पोर्टेंट है और कौन नहीं। बेसिकली मेरा मानना है कि अगर
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I gladly invite you all to this poetry reading. I have been with poetry, to be specific with Odia poetry. I write in Odia. Since my childhood, in my boyhood, I was with our medieval poets, Upendra Ranjo, Kavisudya, Gopal Krishna, etc., etc. And later on, I switched over to the so-called modernist style, and I became allegedly a modern poet. Once again, I invite you to this event. Any involvement with poetry for me is highly exciting, and any form of involvement I need, and is a source of great pleasure for me. And I urge upon you to share my pleasure by reading out your poems. Thank you again, and I begin the reading part, the main part, and Mr. Vishnupada Sethi.
Thank you for this great opportunity given to me to read a poem. I profusely thank and express gratitude to SWA for hosting such a literary event, because these opportunities are normally not available for the writers and the poet. And I wish that they carry on this kind of festival year after year. I'll read a poem, Watching the Epic War. Keeping the holy epic book on the unfolded wooden book stand, finely crafted by the artisan, sitting on a mat nearby, on the bare ground, she would read aloud the verses from the Mahabharata, complete a chapter or two every evening without fail. Not for a day or two, but for 7 decades, reading and narrating the tales, even when none was listening, about a great war in the continent. She was never exhausted. Each time she felt she was witnessing another day of the epic war. Bold was her saying, whatever is found here on dharma, artha, kama, moksha, one may find elsewhere, but whatever is not in it cannot be found anywhere else. Hundreds of characters, unique were their personalities, faith, loyalties divided, wanton display of ego, jealousy, treachery, revenge, all woven in complex manner. 2 sets of cousins, one side usurping the throne, deceiving and playing games, resorting to gambling, tricks, murder, boasting of the numbers and choosing war over negotiation. With the turn of wheel of time, earth got soaked in blood. The mightiest of warriors left dead on the ground while performing their roles. Truth claimed victory with God on the side of a minority. After completing the book, she would start. From the first chapter again, the characters became alive, ready to play the roles. I would wonder how she would be reading the same pages time and again without ennui, with great excitement. She would explain, we humans need directions as we lead our lives for seeking great future, to have a life that is noble, faithful, fair and truthful. One needs freedom from sins for body, speech and mind, to free from the fear of disease, for attaining the earthly goals, long life, wealth and fame. There should be a focus on deeds that are pure and for the journey to heaven. The words of the epic are no less than the nectar she believed while urging to read and pay attention. While looking over the life she lived, I wondered at her inner strength, her belief on virtues. She was blessed. All the fruits of life she got, though the battle was hard. She watched the epic war, the wheel of dharma every minute, till she passed over peacefully to the other side. Thank you. There is time, so I can read. The title of the poem is I Was Never Alone. Little did I realize that decades ago when I would have to step out on my ancestral home in that remote corner after a short visit there to the town where I studied and later several miles to distant places in search of a better world. What would she be undergoing, not having any clue where I was headed to, or if I would reach there unheard and stay safe, being unsure when she sees me next. She would walk behind me outside of the home a few furlongs and stop when I vanished out of her sight. It used to be an old world. It used to be an old world. Not many thought of living, looking for something better. The journey from the serpentine village road ended in the big city, covering 1,000 miles on foot, rickshaw, bus and train. She would be waiting back there with constant prayers on her lips, the heartbeat at times getting faster, refusing food and water, till the postman arrived a week later with news I reached safe and was doing fine. Oblivious of what goes on elsewhere, I would march ahead, for I had taken responsibilities on my slender shoulders. I must realize a dream, a secure future. Looking back now, I find all the roads that I had traveled bear certain footmarks. I was never alone. Invisibly present, she guided through her prayers and good wishes, led from all junctions. All the mileposts had marks of her pure love and promises. So,
good evening. Time to rush back, so I won't take much time. My first poem for the sake of love. The conditions that I once set for love are being used by others now. I found India setting the same terms in discussion with Russia, America with Guatemala. Anuradha's aunt was laying down the same conditions for her housemate. Rashmi had to deal with the same once in her new job. But all these conditions were mine, that was stored only for love. The conditions that I once set for love, I find all those are being misused by others. So now there are no more conditions left in my love. You can easily come over one day and check for yourself. Things remain unsaid. Each time I return from you, I feel something has remained unsaid. regarding you or me. But after coming back, I felt as if something remained unsaid at a point of time. I could no longer recall what was to be said, what hadn't been said. At times, I feel that much more remained unsaid than what was said. What remained unsaid must have been unworthy of saying. Next poem. The house next door. Everything that happened till date happened at the house next door. Once it rained there, we were stressed with heat. Flowers bloomed at the garden of the house next door. The shy girl from the house next door was in love. The boy from the house next door got good rank in exams. The tenant of the house next door contested for election. Someone from the house next door got a job. The moon rose above the roof of the house next door. A pandal was erected. Many people came there. Police came once. Sound of heavy boots. One day I saw some new faces. Hadn't seen them earlier. One day found that the house was being painted. One day I came to know that the house next door would be pulled down. While thinking why everything happens to the house next door, one day I realized a little unconsciously that I used the address of the house next door all this time. Last poem. Gone missing. What's gone? What a miss. Something is missing. Foggy everywhere. There is no sun. The much loved path is missing. Flowers not blooming. Outcomes missing. Where has even friendship gone? No ebbs and flow over a relationship. The relationship has actually ceased to exist. The autobiography of the river is missing. So is the stone on the riverbed. The craving for each other vanished. The city sky has no evening star. There is nowhere to run away to. Where is the hand to tightly hold on to? A shoulder to rest the head. The gurgling of spring is missing. The kiss is not so intense. The signal to warn about danger faded out. Even one's own faithful shadow is missing. What's not there? What is miss? What is a miss? Something is missing. This land, India, my country has gone missing. Thank you.
This span of 6 minutes that we have, I think I'll be able to accommodate 3 poems. The first one is पहली कविता का शीर्षक है एक औरत का पहला राजकीय प्रवास। वह होटल के कमरे में दाखिल हुई। अपने अकेलेपन से उसने बड़ी गर्मजोशी के साथ हाथ मिलाया। कमरे में अंधेरा था, खूब अंधेरा था कुएं का। सारी दीवारें टटोली अंधेरे में, लेकिन स्विच कहीं नहीं था। पूरा खुला था दरवाजा, बरामदे की रोशनी से ही काम चल रहा था। सामने से गुजरा जो बेहरा तो आर्त भाव से उसे देखा। उसने उलझन समझी, बाहर खड़े ही खड़े दरवाजा बंद कर दिया। जैसे ही दरवाजा बंद हुआ, बल्बों में रोशनी के खिल गए सहस्रदल कमल। भला बंद होने से रोशनी का क्या है रिश्ता, उसने सोचा। डंलप पर लेटी, चटाई चुभी घर की, अंदर कहीं रीढ़ के भीतर। तो क्या एक राजकुमारी ही होती है हर औरत? 7 गलीचों के भीतर भी उसको चुभ जाता है कोई मटर दाना आदि स्मृतियों का। पढ़ने को बहुत कुछ धरा था, पर उसने बांची टेलीफोन तालिका और जानना चाहा अंतरराष्ट्रीय दूरभाष का ठीक ठाक खर्चा। फिर अपनी सब डॉलरें खर्च कर उसने 3 किए अलग अलग कॉल। सबसे पहले अपने बच्चे से कहा, हेलो हेलो बेटे, पैकिंग के वक्त सूटकेस में ही तुम ऊँग गए थे कैसे? सबसे ज्यादा याद आ रही है तुम्हारी, तुम हो मेरे सबसे प्यारे। अंतिम दोनों पंक्तियां अलग अलग उसने कहीं। ऑफिस में खिन्न बैठ अंट शंट सोचते अपने प्रिय से, फिर चौके में चिंतित बर्तन खटकाती अपनी माँ से। अब उसकी हुई गिरफ्तारी, पेशी हुई खुदा के सामने कि ऐसी एक सुबह से उसने 3 लोगों से कैसे यह कहा, तुम हो मेरे सबसे प्यारे। यह तो सरासर है धोखा, सबसे ज्यादा माने सबसे ज्यादा। लेकिन खुदा ने कलम रख दी और कहा, औरत है, उसने ये गलत नहीं कहा। दूसरी कविता का शीर्षक है नमस्कार 2064। नमस्कार 2064, नमस्कार पानी, कैसे हो, इन दिनों कहाँ हो? नमस्कार पीपल के पत्तों, तुमको बर्फ की शक्ल याद है ना? दूर वहां उस पहाड़ की चोटी पर उसका घर था। कभी कभी घाटी तक आती थी, मनिहारिन सी अपनी टोकरी उठाए। दिन भर कहानियां सुनाती थी परियों की, कैसे तुम भूल गए उसको? नमस्कार नदियों, दुबली कितनी हो गई हो, आंखों के नीचे बसर आए हैं साए। क्या स्वास्थ्य अच्छा नहीं रहता? स्वास्थ्य केंद्र चल तो रहा है ना? कैसा है पीपल का पेड़ और ढाबा, मेरे विकटतम क्षणों में अच्छे चुटकुले भेजकर फॉरवर्ड कर सकता है भास्वर अंश मुझको कितनी नायाब किताबों के ले सकता है मॉक इंटरव्यू असली वाली अंतर्वीक्षा के पहले मुझको सलाहें दे सकता है मोती लुटा सकता है मुझ पर चुस्त भक्तियों के दोष गिना सकता है मेरे मस्ताना निरपेक्षता से राजा राम मोहन रॉय और ईश्वरचंद्र विद्यासागर कार्वे और ज्योतिबा फुले वाले धीरज से वह चला सकता है आंदोलन मेरे ही नवजागरण को निवेदित एक ठठेरे वाली दत्त चित्तता से वह कर सकता है पच्चीकारी मेरे वजूद के दर के भांडे पर घर में बहुत भीड़ भाड़ अगर हो तो रह सकता है सात पर्दों में काबिल अय्यार की तरह बिजली बिल खो जाए मेरा तो लाल बुझक्कड़ वाली मग्न क्षिप्रता से वह कह सकता है मूंद कर आंखें देखो तो चौके के टेबल की बाईं तरफ की किताबों पर कल जब तुम छौंक रही थी सब्जी और उद्धरण मुझको सुना रही थी उन किताबों से बिजली का टैरिफ बढ़ जाने पर नाक धुनी थी तुमने एक ब्रेक सा बीच में लेकर जब भी मेरी नौकरी छूटे जब मुझको मार पड़े या गालियों की घटा उमड़े या फिर लथेड़ लिया जाए मुझे कीचड़ में बीच सड़क वह मुझको कर सकता है एक SMS ऐसा जो मेरे डूबते हुए मन को एक ही झपाके में रहट की तरफ ऊपर खींचे बातें भी हो सकती हैं उड़न खटोला और शब्द हो सकते हैं फारस का घोड़ा ये उसकी बातों ने मुझको सिखाया एक दिन मुझसे कहा उसने प्राचीन वेल्श में भरवाही बैलों का मनुहार करते हुए चलते थे बैलों के आगे झुक झुक कर गाते बजाते हुए वे चलते थे कि बैल बोले प्रसन्न और खेत में प्रफुल्ल कदमों से उड़ते हुए से चले मिट्टी पर उड़ते हुए कदमों से चलना बैलों का चलना मीठी फसल देता है अजी मोहतरमा बैलों के साथ ही हो जबरदस्ती तो मिट्टी जाती है रूठ जिसके भी कंधे जुआ हो मनुहार उसका है वाजिब बिल्कुल वाजिब है ना
For bitterness of blood, I am happy where I am. It's on my grandmother, poem is titled Grandmother. It's based on the death of my grandfather. Grandpa died last night. Grandpa died last night. Soon after his departure, Grandma crushed her glass spangles on a piece of stone, then dropped back into deep silence. The vermilion mark on the parting of her hair was gone. The altar feet became wet with the tears as blood. The broken bangles showed the drab and desolate picture of home. I explained to Grandma how once ripened cucumber falls off its twig on its own, how the migratory birds fly back home from Chilka at the end of winter. It's not true that Grandma does not know all this, yet she had felt the agony of separation herself any time before. She had never measured out the depth of wounds beneath her heart. She felt like burning on the pyre here when the grandpa's body went aflame over there. Grandpa is no more. Grandma's blood has turned into water. Her heart lies scattered in splinters like the intricate entrails of a rotten calf on the road. Her hands and feet get stuck up in the deadly hole of a snake. Grandma understands everything. Grandma understands everything, yet nothing. She continues to ask why the grandpa was here yesterday and why he does not exist today. Thank you.
I'm extremely sorry I haven't brought any poem.
They don't know. They do.
Hello everyone, myself Ajay Verma. So, Saubhagya Kumar Mishra's Sahitya Academy award-winning poetry collection is with me in Telugu translation. Shall I read the Telugu version or the ODI? I'll first read with Telugu. But we can feel poetry. Let me read it. The audio title is Dodapakshi Kodapakshi. So in Telugu, the poem was translated by two physicists, Tella Pitta, Nalla Pitta. ఆనాటి ఆకాశంలో ఈ ఉపరితలం విశాలంగా లేకపోతే తెల్లపిట్ట మాత్రమే ఎగరగలదు లేదా నల్లపిట్ట మాత్రమే ఎగరగలదు. తెల్లపిట్ట నల్లపిట్ట రెండు ఒకేసారి ఎగరలేవు. Now I try to read the audio version. which is available in English transliteration. Amo Purana Akasopari Pado Akasate Nehele Dola Pakshi Kebala Udi Paribo Kola Pakshi Kebala Udi Paribo. My Odia translation, pronunciation is very bad maybe.
ଧଳା ପକ୍ଷୀ କଳା ପକ୍ଷୀ ଆମ ପୁରୁଣା ଆକାଶ ପରି ବଡ଼ ଆକାଶଟା ଧଳା ପକ୍ଷୀ କେବଳ ଉଡ଼ିପାରିବ, କଳା ପକ୍ଷୀ କେବଳ ଉଡ଼ିପାରିବ। କଦାପି ଧଳା ପକ୍ଷୀ କଳା ପକ୍ଷୀ ଦୁଇ ଜଣ ଯାକ ନୁହେଁ। ଏବେ ତ ଖାଲି ଧଳା ପକ୍ଷୀଟି ଉଡ଼ୁଛି, ଆକାଶ ବଦଳି ଯାଉଛି ଜଲ୍ଦି ଜଲ୍ଦି ସାରୁ ରିକୁ, ରିରୁ ଗାଁକୁ, ସୂର୍ଯ୍ୟରୁ ଆଙ୍ଗୁଠି ସାଙ୍ଗେ ତାଳ ଦେଇ ବେଳ ହେଲାଣି, ହୁଏତ କଳା ପକ୍ଷୀଟି ଆସି ଉଡ଼ିବ। କେଡ଼େ ସହଜରେ ଆଖି ପୁରୁଣା ବାଡ଼ ଉପରେ ରହିଯାଏ, ବେଶୀ ହେଲେ ଚାଲି ଆସେ ତଳକୁ, ଅପରାଜିତା ଫୁଲକୁ, ରାଜକୁଳି ଲତାକୁ କି ବହୁ ବାଉଁଶ ଗଠି ଛତୁ ଉପରକୁ। ଆଉ ସେ କିଛି ଚିହ୍ନି ପାରେ ନା, ନା ଧଳା ନା କଳା ପକ୍ଷୀ, ଯଦି ସବୁ କିଛି ବଦଳି ଯାଉନଥାଏ, ହଜି ଯାଉନଥାଏ। ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ।
ଥିଲା କେନ୍ଦୁବିଲ୍ଲ ଗାଁର ଚିତ୍ର କିମ୍ବା ଅଜୟ ନଈର ଧାର ଧୀରେ ଧୀରେ ବହି ଯାଉଥିଲା। କବି ଋଷି ରବୀନ୍ଦ୍ରନାଥଙ୍କ ଦେଶ ସବୁ ପାଇଛି ଦେଶ, ସବୁ ପାଇଛି ଦେଶ ଶାନ୍ତି ନିକେତନ, ସବୁ ପାଇଛି ଦେଶ ହେଉ ସ୍ୱପ୍ନ ଲୋକ ହେଉ, ଯେଉଁଠାରେ ସୁନ୍ଦର ସ୍ୱପ୍ନଟିଏ ଡାଳପତ୍ର ମେଲି ଦେଇଥିଲା ଆକାଶକୁ। ଆକାଶର ରଙ୍ଗ କେମିତି ବଦଳୁଥିଲା ପ୍ରତି ଋତୁରେ, ନାଲି ଅବିର ରଙ୍ଗରେ ତ ଆଉ କେତେବେଳେ ମେହେନ୍ଦି ରଙ୍ଗରେ। ଶାନ୍ତି ନିକେତନ ବିଭୋର ହୋଇ ଉଠୁଥିଲା ଆନନ୍ଦରେ। ମୁଁ ସେଠାରେ ପହଞ୍ଚିଲା ପରେ ମୋ ସ୍ୱପ୍ନର ରଙ୍ଗ ବଦଳିଲା। ଅନୁରାଗର ରଙ୍ଗରେ ମୋ ଅନ୍ତଃକରଣ ଉଦ୍ଭାସିତ ହେଲା। ମୁଁ ଭିଜିଲି ବର୍ଷାରେ, ବସନ୍ତର ଶିଶିର କୋଣରେ। ମୋତେ ମେଘ ଡାକିଲା ଆଏ, ମୋତେ ମେଘ ଡାକିଲା ଆଏ, ନଈ ଡାକିଲା ଆଏ। ମେଘ ସଙ୍ଗେ ମେଘ ହୋଇଗଲି ଅଁଳା ଓ ହରିତ ବଣରେ। ମେଘର ଟୁପଟାପ ଶବ୍ଦ ସଙ୍ଗୀତ ହୋଇଗଲା। ମୁଗ୍ଧ ହେଲି। ଚତୁର୍ଦିଗ କେମିତି ମୋହମୟ ସ୍ୱପ୍ନମୟ ଲାଗିଲା ଶାନ୍ତି ନିକେତନ। ଏହା ଏକ ଦୀର୍ଘ କବିତା, ମୁଁ ଏ ଛୋଟ କବିତା ପଢ଼ିଲି। ନମସ୍କାର।
Dr. Patel.